Insert coin? What do they mean by this? Alright, hello everyone! I hope you're all doing well today. My PC wasn't really, starting up fast. Like, super fast. So I'm still kind of setting everything up, but we'll be able to get started in roughly, let's say, 3 minutes. I think 3 minutes is a very safe number. I like my safe numbers. So we're gonna say 3 minutes. Alright, and I'll see you in roughly that time. Yay! Wahoo, even. Yippee! Mayhaps. Did I almost say may even? Wow. Big if true. Alright, in just another moment we'll be able to get started. I'm just making sure that I have everything connected in the right spot for DahDoodles today. Which, speaking of, let's go ahead and look at that DahDoodles queue real quick. Ooh, we got 5 big things. 5 big things. That's a lot of things. Oh wait, it's 4 big things. Which means that we might be unpausing the doodles today even. That would be pretty insane. Alright. That could be something to look forward to. Wow! Hi da! Hello, Arctic! Welcome on in! I hope you're doing well. I am quickly setting up my drawing tablet and my Microsoft Paint. And then we're ready to go. We're ready to stroll, get excited with it. Alright. Oh. Perfect. You're gonna hear me, like, type around a lot because I'm setting up our little color palettes for today. Bam, 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 bam. But yeah, I'm just kind of chilling. There's not a lot going on. I don't want to bring this up. You know Tim Curry? I do, yeah. I do. Yeah, like, the thing is, I know, like, a lot of streamers are kind of like, why would you, bring up the circumstances going on right now regarding, certain celebrities? And, like, you know, I get it. At the same time, Like, you know, I'm not necessarily going to get a memorial, but I feel like it's good to know. I know, I know, like, a lot of people, you know, they want to, like, you know, share what they know about this celebrity and, like, the fun roles they were in and, stuff like that. And you know what? I think that's fair. I think that is a fair part of the grieving process for people. So why would I deny that? I know I'm kind of, like, going a little, like, off topic when I'm talking about that, but yeah, he did make it, yeah. Yeah, that sucks. But, you know, for people who really like his movies, the good news is the movies are still there. You know, you can still enjoy what he did create. And I think that's pretty cool. I am almost done with our setup, which is pretty nice. Wow, and thank you for the pets, wow! But yeah, alright. Let me just get things set up. Ooh, you know what? We're gonna go for this type of background. And once I get my drink, we're ready to go. I know I haven't swapped scenes yet. Do not worry. That is intentional. That is to build up suspense. To build up anticipation. And we're gonna see what goes on for today. Alright, without further ado, let's go over to the talk screen. Hi everyone, welcome on in. I hope you're all doing well today. I was stuck in the ground for a second there. But yeah, I guess the Ellie. Well, hello, Nazbat. Welcome on in. Today we are doing DahDoodles, which, if you don't know what DahDoodles is, basically that is the day. This is the day where we do a lot of MS Paint prompts that were suggested by chat throughout the month, or to put it more aptly, throughout the first half of the month, because I had to pause redeems for it because there was a lot. This is week number 2 of it. We have 4 DahDoodles left. And I'll go ahead and read out what they are right now. If we get through the 4 DahDoodles before, like, 6 p.m., I'm going to open the redeems back up. So, like, there's a good chance we do it. You know, we have a solid 3 hours between that. As long as we don't take more than, like, 40 minutes a DahDoodle, we're chilling. So, that's pretty cool. So, I will go ahead and read out the redeems we have today on the queue. 2 of them are from Oligar. Actually, 3 of them are from Oligar. Holy moly. Alright. The first one is Pool Toy Dine. So that's just like me, as one of those, like, inflatable pool toys that you would see at, like, I don't know, the dollars, like, I know that there is a brand called the Dollar Store, but I'm going to use the term Dollar Store as, like, a simple term. No brand loyalty whatsoever. Whatever dollar store is near you that isn't called Dollar Store, that one's valid too. But you know, you get what I'm saying. Then our next one is a big dime being compared to a big pear. Not entirely sure how we're going to interpret that one. Is that going to be just like a regular, like, big gecko versus a larger pear? Or is it Dalton holding a pear outstretched with, like, a Godzilla-like cityscape? That would be a fun one to try. Ooh. That might be what we have to do. I got, like, a little bit of a southern drawl from there. That was pretty crazy. And then our third one is, from Oligar, that is Don asking Frenchfly for an autograph, which is the first time we've drawn the character Frenchfly from the Chicken Nugget series in, like, 2 years. It's pretty insane. Big if true. And then we have one from True Shot that will be done today called Dalton's sitting and riding on a Roomba, like one of those cats. So we're gonna see how it goes. Alright, without further ado though, let's go ahead and move over to our... Let me make sure it goes through the right screen first. Our paint screen! Yay! Why is Gex not speaking to me? 1 second. 1 second. Give me a second. I gotta, like, fix Gex. Why? Don't redeem Gex again when I say I gotta fix Gex. What's going on? Help! Oh, it's giving... Oh, man, it's giving a lot of errors. Hold on. Hold on. Holy moly, hold on. This is why I have to swap from Sammy. Because the token expires every 3 weeks. It busts. No, everything's broken. Please. Hold on. I'm gonna try and fix things real quick. My hat's gone. Gex is trying to speak to me from beyond the grave. Alright. Alright, here. Let me redeem the things, alright? Just so we're caught up. Fine, thank you for the pets, Runyan. Wow! Wahoo! Wahoo! All of your redeems should work now, so let me go ahead and make sure I'm not scamming people by playing all of the redeems that you all played.
To boldly
Keep
go.
the tribbles. I just want the Quadro Triticale.
Don't know what he said for either of those.
Hey, where's Ringo?
I don't know, sir. I'm spinning! Wow! Wahoo! And then the big other one would be Bust. I'm Bust! There he goes. He's having the best time of his life. Wahoo! You know, that feels pretty good. We're doing pretty nice. Which, by the way, at some point, I might unironically try to make StreamerBot on stream. That might be like an entire stream of Dalton Does Coding, where I choose a few redeems for the day, they go away, and I try to cross-reference those redeems and make it in StreamerBot while talking to people. I think that would be an entertaining stream? I have no idea. But it would also mean that I'm actually using StreamerBot now, which would be very cool. But yeah, Dalton, where we solve problems that no one has. Yeah! To be fair, a lot of people have problems with Sammy, so we would be fixing a problem people have by abdicating it from our stream entirely. But yeah, I'm personally just kind of doing alright. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling chill. I'm doing well. I'm dancing. Cool. And today is DahDoodles. So how about we get to DahDoodlesing? So our first one is going to be Pool Toy Dalton. And you might wonder, Dalton, there's multiple pool toys out there. What specific feel do you think you are going for? And you know what? I'm really glad you asked that. Finally, Crumply Core? Wow. I'm very glad you asked that, because there is someone that I know. Would you like your hat back? I like my hat, yeah. It would be really cool to have my hat back. You know, it would make me smile. So, I'm kind of considering right now is, how do we get that big pool toy shine feel? And I have two things on the side of my monitor that should help us, maybe, with actually achieving it. Moisture. I mean, you know what? I guess that is true. Pool is in the name. I was thinking more so about, words. Style. There we go. I want to get stylish with it. So, what we're going to do is, I'm going to try and sketch out my skull, my low lumpy skull, and we're going to go from there. Alright. Whoop. Nice. And then, whoop. Oop, not quite. Also, I have, like, my keyboard at an angle, because, like, I'm not using it. And I thought that would help, but it makes it really hard to do the undo key. So, we might be struggling just a little bit to start off. Okay. Nope. Whoop. Good, good. That's not bad. That is not bad in the slightest. Alright, so we kind of have like the back of the skull here. It kind of cuts off a little. But I think that's fine. Because what I'm kind of anticipating is we're looking to the side here. And I think that's going to be okay. Actually, you know what? No, let's do the front of the head first. Because what we're going to have is, it's like an extended eye segment like that. But that seems like that's a lot. I'm like kind of doing a rectangle face when I want more circle. I'm like really accomplishing that is going to be quite difficult here. Almost, it was just a little too much. Okay, that's good. That's good. Love to see that. Alright. And we can, like, change things out, but that is basically the angle we want. So, we're gonna go ahead and move it up, because that should be a pretty good feel, overall, for how we want the skull to be. Now, the thing is, if we're assuming that, like, there is water in this image... I forgot my layers. Oh god. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Everyone hold. Hold together. Become strong. Because I just realized we could do something. We could do something really cool here. Because if it's Pool Toy Dotton, why don't we just make waves? Why don't we actively make waves within the waters? Within the waters of history, we can make these waves. It's gonna be cool as. Alright. So, like, I've never really tried drawing water before. And especially, like, water ripples. So, this is gonna be interesting. I think we have an idea, because, like, it's almost like... Obviously, it's not, like, one-to-one with this as an example, but it's almost like a spider's web, you know, of white on blue. So, kind of want to make sure that we're kind of getting that pool feel throughout this. And it doesn't need to be perfect by any means. There's, like, sections that are definitely more white than other sections. So, we're gonna just kind of, like, web it out, generally. You can make a beach and have the pool toy floating. That is true, actually. I could make a beach to start. You know what? You are so right for that. I'm, like, both over and underthinking this. So let's get rid of the skull that we originally worked on, because the skull is not ready yet. And instead, we will begin with working on... You know what? Let's play it a little safe. And by a little safe, I mean we're gonna have like almost a banister-like thing instead of a beach on this path, because we really do want to emphasize that this is a pool toy, right? Like as in a toy for a pool. So, by doing a little cutoff section like that, we basically have our pool wall that we can work with. And then we can just like filter that further down as we go. Which is going to be nice, adds a little bit of depth. And presumably we're going to actually see the bit of depth that we need for this. So, that's pretty cool. Then we bring back our initial kind of coloration. Our coloration station. And we're feeling nice. Oh, and thank you for the pets, wow! Alright. Yeah, something more like a softer pullback here. Very soft pullback, yes. Perfect. Alright. Bam bam. So with that, we have the pool wall. And that's pretty cool. Now, we don't want to spend, like, far too much time just doing the background here before the pool toy, because, like, it's gonna make things really difficult. But what we could do is just a few lines through here to add, like, the tiniest bit of depth imaginable.
Lizard.
And that is fine. Lizard. Hello, TTV! Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well today. I am drawing myself as one of those little pool toys that you would see at like a dollar store. How are you doing? Welcome on in. We're basically getting the pool ready right now. It's going to be a big splash. It's going to be radical. Also, did you see... Oh yeah, you definitely had to see what I sent you earlier today because you replied to it. But that is insane to me. Don, when can we see you take wing? I don't know what that means. I do not know what that means. You know what? Actually, no. Those are like some good tiles as is. Then we're gonna. I know my face is broken, but it's okay. Bam bam. Done streaming. Everyone, break out the vey as well as. Okay, look. Okay. But from a far distance away, I rewatched the VOD to be sure of this, alright? So I'm not going crazy. From a far distance away, when we were playing Big Walk, I thought I saw them break out the horns. You know, and... I'm gonna... you know what? I'm going to go for it. I believe in myself. The Vuzuvelas? Vuzuvela? Is that right? I hope that's right. But, basically, what I saw was one of those Vuzuvelas, right? Oh, please tell me that's right. Please tell me that's right. But basically, I didn't know what it was, from a far distance away. I later learned it was other cowbells. No, it's not right. No. No. Vuvuzela. Vuvuzela. Okay, so it was a lot closer. It was a lot closer. Oh man, that's rough. This is rough for me. This is rough for me. That is a rough word. I do not remember it. Vuvuzela. Vuvuzela, shush, okay? Look, this isn't a part 2 to the saga, even though it almost certainly is. But basically, I ended up, mispronouncing it during Big Walk, and I called it a Vuvuzela. Not to be confused with Venezuela, an actual country that exists in the world. And people made fun of me for it. Rightfully so. Don't get me wrong. Zuvuvela? No, definitely not. Definitely not that. It has 2 V's. To clarify, there were no Vuvuzelas. It's true. I completely misread with my eyes what they were holding. Because one of the things you can do in Big Walk is you can hold something like up to your nose and stuff, and it looks like that's what they were doing from a far distance away. So even though I was straight up holding a cowbell, I was like, oh wait, they have vuvuzelas? Or sorry, that's not what I said. Oh wait, they have Venezuelas? Like, I was surprised. Holding Zella. Wow. I'm something of a Holligzilla, you know? But, that was not one of the days. That was not one of my best days. I'm gonna tell you that. That was rough. Sean Manziel? Wait, what? Sean Manziel. Wait, whomst is that? I'm scared. What we can do real quick, though, is we're just going to do a little bit of a string-like situation for what this pool is supposed to be. We're not going to really think it out too much. All we know is that we want it more like kind of lined than not. And all of these lines should look like they are pointing down. You know? They should be scattering with each other. You know? But we really want that classic pool feel. Some lines will stop before others, you know? That makes sense. But I'm comparing Deshaun Watson to Johnny Manziel. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. Mayhaps not the worst, what is it, descriptor for what's going on there. But, oh god, nonetheless. Goodness me. Alright. So as you can see, we have a lot of lines out here. We're basically mimicking a pool. In terms of the general structure a pool may or may not have. With its general waves, its little bubbles, all of that. This is what we like to call a classic pool hours. You know what? That feels right. Let's make sure that's connecting down here. But yeah, like, the weird thing is, pools are kind of like spider webs. From, like, a basic design kind of thing, in that we're just kind of making sure they're all connected. It might not be the most linear thing, but there are, like, some pockets of it that definitely do fit. And we're going to fill in some of those pockets that we have created now. And that's fine. We're gonna be so cool. We're gonna be so awesome. We're gonna be so cool. Alright. We're just gonna do what we can, you know? That's the most important thing. More than anything else. We go all in. Go all in. Nice. But yeah, I'm feeling good. Today, we're gonna be so strong. And with that strength comes gratitude and further strength. It's gonna be cool. Also, later today,
hey, look, it's
somehow...
Tarzan's bidet.
Later today, somehow, us messing up the name Venezuela is so bad. Which, by the way to correctly pronounce that is Vuvuzela. We are still going to have collabs. I have not been blacklisted from the elite club of streamers that can say Vuvuzela correctly. They have embraced me nonetheless. And today I will be talking about Mystery Flesh Pit with Seth Raccoon, Richie Kupo, and Coffee Collie. If you don't know what is a Mystery Flesh Pit is, it's a little unfiction ARG, kind of, not ARG, unfiction series in the vein of stuff like Marble Hornets, and it's like kind of taking the world by storm. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Seth's also pregnant. Okay, the moment that we raid Seth, I want you to congratulate him for his pregnancy. He works really hard for it. And you know what? I'm proud of him, and I'm gonna support my friend. Blame Chili? What do you mean blame? This is great news. This is great news. They got everything they wanted. Also, my hat's gone. This is terrible news. No. Oh, what? Yeah. Yeah, Seth got pregnant with a Chillet. I'm too scared to ask what laws might violate in the Pal world, but...
You have been forgiven.
I've been betrayed. It was already gone. Oh. Oh, fair enough. My bad. Well, hello, 26. Welcome on in. I would never remove your hat. Yay. Today, we are drawing myself as a pool toy as requested by the community. So I am learning what it is to be like pools. And, you know, I don't think many people can say that they understand what it is to be like pools, so this is possibly a learning experience for all of us, chat. But we basically have our little pool right here. It's got reflections and everything. Grumble, grumble. I'm not sure why, But whenever I see the phrase grumble grumble, I immediately think of this stupid McDonald's hamburglar. But we can add in like a little bit of watery depths here, which is pretty nice by just filling in certain segments. What is your favorite moment of the McDonaldland characters, the little McDonaldland creatures? My precious points. I'll save your points. Don't worry. I'll save it. But that's actually a pretty okay start. If I do say so myself, which I do. Otherwise I wouldn't say it. Like, I feel pretty alright with that. Let me just go ahead, really make sure that this feels smooth, because that's the important thing with pool water. We want smooth pool water. And there's a chance we don't even see some of this. Is I'm gonna be floating. I'm gonna be a bit of a floating gecko. As a pool plasticky thing. But hello Tenchia, welcome on in. Grimace is on death row for mass murder. It's true. He knows why he put in those shakes. It's a shame that, like, you know, we won't see justice for all the people who died due to the Grimace Shake phenomenon until, like, 2042, but, like, you know, that's what a good appeals process looks like, honestly. So, fair enough. Fair enough. McDonaldland, they look out for their own. They look out for their own little creatures, and I respect that. I respect that a lot. Good to see you? Yeah, good to see you too! I hope you've been doing well. Which, by the way, I heard that you've been making a little music stuff, so I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm curious. I am most curious. But yeah. You know, I have a friend that also makes little music stuff. Like, last night, they did a little EDM, sort of almost lo-fi beat on stream, which was pretty cool. I have indeed. Nice. But yeah, it'll be cool to check that all out. And to like smoothen this out, we're gonna go ahead do this. Alright, now that looks pretty good. From like a very far distance away, that looks perfect. But even from a close distance, that's pretty nice. So I'm feeling pretty good with our beginnings here. Now, the big danger point is going to be, how do we draw the actual dot-in pool situation itself? I'm going to imagine it's like me lying down, right? So like, if I start out, you know what if we start out with a little bit of a crazy angle, alright? We're gonna go ahead and flip myself right now. Okay, so if we are doing an angle like this, and then we like side angle it, like once I actually know how my buttons work. Why are my buttons not working? This is the right buttons. Why are the buttons not? I'm scared. I just checked when a demo I like is getting a full game release, and it says September 11th. You know what? That means that you can mourn in style. And that's pretty cool. Good for them. Okay. Okay. Are you aware you are showing off your paws to us? I'm sure some people wouldn't be against it. But that is not the intent. Let's go for it like this. Alright. I got the screenshot. Work it, Liz? That's not the plan! Wait! Okay. Importantly, we have the screenshot. And as a result, we're chilling. Let me just go ahead and save this as like our template image. Just so, if anything crashes, we at least have this off. Dot and dolphin diving into the pool. That could be cool. That could be really nice. I'm gonna save it as a project file as well, just because we want to be safe with it. We're good, we're chilling. Yep, see, that's why we wanted to save it, just in case something like that happens. Alright. But we're gonna have that on the side as a reference. Because we want to draw ourselves to the left of this. So we're doing good. Work it, at least. I know I already read that, but I'm still, like, recoiling from it. Okay. So, importantly, we have to imagine ourselves without the hat or the sweater. If we are pools. And that is okay. So, we're gonna start off by... Honestly, it would probably be best if we make the legs themselves, like, separate from everything else. Because we don't know how large these legs are actually going to end up being. I'm gonna kind of be very, very respectful of our model and our model's proportions. Because our model is us. I am the model. Why would I be irrespectful of myself? That's how you get, like, situations like Perfect Blue. And if you've ever seen Perfect Blue, you know that those situations spiral very quickly into worse situations. So, you want to avoid that. Alright. Very good. Very good start. This is what we like to call big leg. And I'm pretty okay with that big leg. So, we're chilling there. Good. Very nice. And then, for big leg, we also have foot. But we aren't entirely sure how we do foot. So, I'm gonna kind of play it safe. And then we do foot. Okay. So it kind of starts out like this. Like a solid U shape. And then kind of kicks off like whop into whop into whop. That's pretty alright, honestly. That is pretty alright for what we got. I'm usually not good at drawing myself like this, so having a full-on leg down right now, that's gonna help us a ton. Also, look at Shadraw just sitting there. Wow. That's crazy. Alright. So we got the first stuff down. Keep in mind, it is very important that we draw ourselves first and then add the shading that will fully transform us. Alright, next up from there is, with this leg, it's gotta extend all the way to the side. And we can, like, kind of do, like, a big circle like that. Because it'll be as the leg goes down further that we're going to see how the leg changes. So, like, right here, it's pretty good. But, like, I do not shy against using references just to try and get a good feel for how my body works. Because the more that I just draw myself while looking at myself, the more I understand myself on a physical level. And that's pretty good. I think that's what they call art school. You know? I'm something of an art school myself. Oh, hold on. Nice. And then, from here...
I absolve you of your sins. You have been forgiven.
Oh, wait! Alright, we're fine. We're chilling. We're surviving. This leg's going to be a lot wonkier. But we're going to fill it in anyways and just see where we are. Okay, honestly, not that bad. Not that bad. Let's just fill it in more. Unfortunately, we'll have to go over, like, some of this leg a little bit just because MS Paint did not properly fill things in and I neglected to see its issues at the time. Actually, you know what? No, those little bits can stay there. The other leg not having them is fine. But those little bits just as is, we're chill with. All we want to do is make sure that we are kind of filling in the more obtrusive things. Like, for example, this leg, it goes down a little too much. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of quell it. We don't want to quell it as much as we could, but just doing something like this is going to be completely fine. I'm gonna use the eraser tool because that makes more sense. There we go. The day Dawn was reduced to a couple feet with their head and tail, I'll have you know, I will also have tummy. I will have tummic. It will be very important. And now, we can work on the tummic. And like I said, it's going to be really important that we remember that, it's not failure. It's not failure. Not by any means whatsoever. But, like, really getting the angle down here is going to be so important. Whoa, gecko feet sniffa? What do you mean sniffa? I'm scared. But basically, we want to just kind of, like, have a general scope of how far this is going to actually extend. Even if this scope isn't quite one-to-one, this is going to really help us a lot. Here, a bit more like this. Because that's going to be like our arms and stuff as well. So let's go ahead and begin connecting all of this down. Nice. It's actually not bad. That is not a bad start by any means whatsoever. Hello, Rapscallion! Welcome on in! Oh, is that an Afro emote? Nice. You know, I gotta see Afro's low streams more. I hope they're doing well. You know what? It's probably good that we also get our shoulders in. Alright. Perfect. Look at that. We're doing good. We're doing spry. Bum 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 bum. Alright. From there, though... Oh, you know what? I see why it looks weird. It is because we did the angle a little bit too high up. So, let's bring the angle down. Let's bring that angle down a fair bit. And then we're just gonna kind of extend it from there. Nice. Because that's where we need leg and stuff. It's saying they're a bunny since their stream time hops around so much, Smile. Oh. Oh, goodness me. But you know what? That's fair. And that is very fair. I am lucky that I've had, like, kind of a consistent stream time. That's probably going to change soonish. But, you know, we'll just have to see. Okay. From here, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Little claw hand all the way around. And a claw hand up in here. Perfect. We kind of have like the mitten hands. And I think that is very reasonable given the circumstance. So, let's go ahead and try to get those fingers recognized. Very good. And then do a little bit more like this. Ooh, look at that. Now that's that's actually a really good way to do the hand. We start out with the mitten, and then we simply fill the fingers into the mitten shape. That's actually really good. And then we will have like an extended finger, like closer around here. But like, that works out really well, honestly. It's gonna be a little scuffing this finger in, but I never really thought of it. Also, hi Gecko. Hello, Pastel. Welcome on in. Let's just do this. Wait, I wonder if this is how people do, like, little paw pads on their, Sona. Like, they do, like, the little bean, they fill it in. Because if so, that's actually a really good strat. I've never considered this before. Yo. But we basically have our grubby hands, just like that. We've been playing Project Silverfish, and things won't stop happening. You know what? That's fair. That makes sense. What if we fill in the arm like that? I don't know much about... I don't know anything, actually, about Project Silverfish. I hope it's been going well. Also, I gotta fill in, of course, right here. And then, because of shading purposes, we will need to work on the tummy right now. So, we could do is... something more like up here. Because I don't really know how we're gonna get that feeling of depth around. Especially if we don't have, what is it? Especially if we don't have, like, all this. You know what? It's because of the siding. The siding is where we'd actually show the depth. So, let's work on that siding a little bit more. And instead, we're looking a lot more like this. This. That might work. We probably want to bring this out just a little bit more. Look at that. Hey, hold on. We got an idea. We got an idea down now. Keep in mind, all of the shading that we're going to do is going to have to be after the fact, which is going to make this so weird. But that is fine. Because we also have to remember all of, like, the smoothing that we have to do for the shading purposes. It's going to be, like, condensed into this for the most part. So, like, if it's in this box, it's guaranteed that it's going to be shaded. But then, like, because we have to do, like, a little bit of a curve around, and then especially inwards, like here, it might look a little weird. We need to do the curve heavier, so we're gonna extend this up a lot more. Like a lot more. Good. Very nice. Alright, let's go ahead and fill all this in. Oh! Okay, let's go ahead and fill some of this in. Perfect. Nice, nice. Alright. Keep in mind, this is just the base body. This is just the base body. We still have to cut some aspects out overall. For example, in the begin... Actually, we could redo this entire section here. Like how the arm connects in and stuff. Like, that's gonna be easy. So... we just follow the line as it's given to us. Just like that. Actually, wait, hold on. Would be more like that. Yeah, there we go. That's gonna feel a lot better. Because when we fill this all back, bam bam, and then just kind of brush in through here, it feels a lot more super connected all at once. Like, there is reason for all of this to exist. And that's good. It's good. I love it when there's reason to exist. Only thing I might do is I might purposefully roll this to be a lot heavier up rather than how far down it is right now. Just because it adds a lot more depth to the other piece. And then we just purposefully begin tuning it in, turning it in around here on both ends. Because that gets the angles out. Do I come in to see Gecko Cake? basically what we're doing right now is we are drawing ourselves as a pool toy. And as a result, we kind of have ourselves kind of lying down like this. And then we're going to do our big skull next. But welcome on in, Green Eagle! Welcome up. Welcome, welcome. I am personally feeling pretty good right now. So, what we got here is our little drawing, as is. Keep in mind, this is just us at the beach, basically. Except the beach is a pool, because that's what pools are. So, thinking about where that would connect, we're at a heavier angle here. We'd be looking kind of like this. Or where the leg kind of, not like separates by any means, but like, where would have that extra little bit. Hi, Da! Hello, Green Eagle! Welcome on in! Alright. So that's pretty good there. We're gonna just buff up this spot a little bit more like that. Nice. Alright. And now, from here, we can go ahead and work on our bulbous skull. Remember that the skull, obviously, because it's a skull, it's gonna have like a lot of more space in the back than we can actually see. So, doing something like that is going to be very helpful. And then... Ooh. A bit more like this. It doesn't have to be 1 for 1, most importantly. It just needs to be nice. Because we're still at that angle. We're at that really weird angle where it makes things hard to judge. Nice. And then, for the most part, we're just gonna have, like, the head here, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so, like, that's our first head. Our first part of the head, I mean to say, geez. Then... First head. Don's a Hydra now. Okay. I like that a lot right here. Just gonna extend it a little bit more. We need to extend it further. That should cover it. No, why is Meta Horizon Link doing things? I never asked! I never asked Meta Horizon! I never asked, ever! Okay, we're fine. I got scared. You probably heard a Windows pop up. It's because Meta is installed. Their stupid jank onto my system because I use their Oculus. This is so sad. You know, Steam would never do that to me, except they might. Except they might. Alright. That's not bad. I think the big thing that I'm gonna have to remember, though, with this as a drawing is... Probably have to move this just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Okay. Now, I think we can finish our main outline. But the good news is, once we're done the outline, quite genuinely, we're almost done. Because the big thing with the pool toy done is, one, we're actually going to copy this, we're going to delete this, and apply on a new layer. Because this layer, I thought of a way better way to do this. Just now. With my mind. Using my mind. Here. So let's disable this layer. Let's make sure that the rest of this is erased, because what if I just, like, draw Dotton's base skull, and then I, like, stitch it together? Because we don't need to go into a lot of detail, right? We just want to make sure it's fitting the right way. And I am a little worried that the way we have this doesn't feel one-to-one. So we extended the skull shape by a lot. And what we're instead going to do is, this is the middle here. we're always looking at an angle that's going to be like this to here. So everything should easily connect down to this point. Yeah, left side now is too large. That's what I was worried about. What it should instead be is something that kind of connects all the way through here. Like if we circle it right, knowing that this angle is on the heavier side, it should be a lot more like delete the whole section. This section's throwing me off. It should be a lot more like like that. There we go. And then as it hops up this way, corner of the tablet, as it hops up this way, it'll all connect together. But the angle will be a lot more sincere, a lot more smooth. Most importantly, it'll make sense overall. So that's pretty good. Alright. Hideko! Hi! Hello, Yoshi Likes! Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well today. We are currently doing my skull. I got my skull. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to plan out how exactly this would look. I think we'd want a big noise bridge like right there. Because... Ooh, wait, hold on. A little too heavy. Better. This angle should be heavier right here. Because of the distance. Doing your skull? I'll pass. Oh no, I mean like, where we're drawing my skull, yeah. Because we're doing pool toy dine. Alright, bam bam. Bam bam. Like that. Nice, nice. And rather than just like straight up smiling, yeah, rather than doing a straight up big open smile, we're just gonna do kind of like a regular smile for me. So we want something suave. Bam! Perfect. Love that. Now, because of how the eyes are, we're gonna want to extend how it's going to look. Probably like this, and then a little bit of a shoot upwards from here. Nice. I hope you've been feeling good, Dottin. Bedroom Geek? Nah, this is Pool Toy Dottin. We are in the pools. We are the pools. You might be wondering, where's the tail? But do not worry, the tail will be here soon. Now let's do it like here. Good. One eye is definitely smaller than the other, but the issue is the other eye, as a result, doesn't have the angle it needs. So we kind of have to buff it up a little. Nice. Let's go ahead and fill all of that in. Alright. It's honestly pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. The only thing is, this angle should be a lot smoother. Because it's not like a straightforward face. And this angle, we will smoothen it a little. But the general feel of it is good. And then, over here, we can extend this along its own metrics. Oh, the eyes are too small, not because of width, but because of depth. Okay, hold on, that's actually way easier. I was like, something's still wrong with the eyes, but I was like trying to internally decide what it was. That makes it so much easier. Holy moly. Holy moly. Hi, green. I'm not green, but hello, Prachaliches. Welcome on in. I'm drawing myself as one of those like little plastic pool toy things because we're doing DahDoodles. This was requested for DahDoodles. So, you know, we're basically enjoying a day at the pool. Alright. But yeah, you love green, I see. I mean, green's a solid color, don't get me wrong. I like blue more, though. But my favorite color is teal, and that's what I am. But if I had to choose between whether I am blue or green, I'd say I'm still solidly blue. Seems pretty good there. Then we'll do the eye like this. I like this. The eye like this. Alright. Good, good. Very nice. Very good. Bam, bam. We're gonna go ahead and fill all of that eye in. It's gonna work just fine for us. You're definitely a seafoam green. See, I'm not sure about seafoam. A green, I mean to say, but I could accept a seafoam blue. Because once you know what seafoam is, it's blue. Absolutely. Why are you taking my hat? You know I'm right. You know I'm right. Help! Help! You don't deserve the hat, you green. What do you mean by this? I could prove I'm blue, alright? Close your eyes. Imagine me. Imagine me within your eyes. Rotate me in your head. You will see by the blunt force trauma now done to your skull by rotating me inside of your head that I am most certainly blue. Bam bam. And now you all agree. Well done. Perfect. That's what we like to call a little bit of a rhetorical device right there. So we're strong with it. Done, could you look at the color of red, 0 green, 255, blue, 1, alpha 255 and say, yeah, that's blue? Probably not. Probably not. Doesn't seem like something I could do. Alright. Drink or stretch? Alright. What color would you say your spots are? I'd say my spots are like a solid, like, deep aqua blue. Honestly. And I think that would be a very fair thing to say. Alright. Alright, good, good. Nice. Okay, so the eyes have been plastered down, which is very healthy, I'll have you know. Bam, bam. And then, we're gonna go ahead and get our extra little shadowing in by doing stuff like oh up, oh up, oh wait, hold on, wop, 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 wop. Like that. Fill in, fill in. Nice. Look at that. That's what we like to call strength, resolve, strategy. Just gonna fill all the way down. Just like this. It's pretty nice. Fill in. Alright, and with that, we are so close. Pulls out your... Wait, Dot, pulls out your ears and rewires your cones so they're blue. Rewires your eyes so they're blue. I can do both. I can do both. If I believe in myself enough, anything's possible for me. I don't like how that insinuates that's like a Dot exclusive thing. Anything's possible for you too. I believe. How do we do, like, the really subtle eyeshadow here? Ooh, that's good. That's good. That actually adds a lot. That's a lot to the eyes. I never really realized how much that could add in 2D as well. I like it. Look at that. Oh, that's so sick. That's so suave. I love it. It's me. It's me. Alright. Now, importantly, I need to connect the body up. Okay. So let's go ahead. Connect it like this. A little bit more to the side here to even it. A little bit more to the side actually to even it. A little bit more to even it. Oh god. It's a lot of going to the side. Okay, nice. Okay, I like that a lot. That looks really pretty. So, what I need to do from here is just make sure that any sort of extra bit that would be not covered typically is kind of that nice shade of blue. And then I'm gonna circle in this way. Good, good. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. Perfect. Suave. Only thing I might need to do is move the head over just a little. That seems pretty reasonable. Alright, so you might think, done! That was a lot of time. Surely that means that you're close to done with the piece outside of the spots, right? Not quite, because we still gotta do the shading. But we are very close now. Alright? So do not fret. Do not fret. But we are taking our sweet time with this, because time is sweet, and it's good that we make sure that we are spending as much of it as possible. More importantly, today is an extended DahDoodles stream. I'm not sure if I said that today, but because our collab is starting at 9 PM on Seth's channel, which we will be raiding into the moment that we are done here, we have basically extra time for DahDoodles. So we're not scared. We're actually quite prepared, which is very cool. Alright, nice. And this spot is like a lot more like that. As a result, let's spot up here. But keep in mind, all of this that we're doing right now is going to be subject to further shading. So we want to make sure that what we got is strong and powerful, but we don't want it to be something that can only stand on its own. We want it to be something that can stand regardless of me. That can be strong no matter what. Alright, good. Very nice. Fill that one in. Big spot. Big spot right there. Then over here, on this side, because the legs are kind of like further out, simply due to the drift of the sea.
Gotta give something like this. Why am I small? No! Don's gaslighting Chen to think we're all colorblind. I say the spots are bluer than the rest of the body. You know what? That's fair. I accept that. And hello, Vanilla! Don Undertale. That'd be sick. As in, like, Don Undertale, as in a mod that turns every single Undertale character into Don. That'd be sick as. Hear me out, modders. I got your new life's journey. Hello! Hi, Vanilla. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. I'm personally doing well. I am drawing myself. Whoa, my hat's back! Yay! Ahoo! Alright.
That feels like it's way shorter than before. Is that just me? I don't think values got messed up. I'm gonna have to recheck those. That should be like a 1-minute redeem. Or a 40-second redeem. It depends. One or the other. I know I was messing with both values at least once before. Let's see. Okay, and then we'll do kind of like the shading like this. Bah! My hat! No! Give it back! Give it back! Let's see. I took your hat. You rapscallion. Alright. This doesn't get too much of an extension, luckily. So we can just kind of do something like this. In fact, we probably want to bring it up just a little bit more. There we go. Feels pretty good. My hat's back! Yay! I know my head got stuck there. I was like leaning very far to the side and analyzing my eye ridges. Bam bam. And you know what? We did something before that we are going to build into this before we even do the shading. Where, if we bring this up here, we drag it down further. Like that. You can kind of see, like, a little hint of light beaming off of myself as is. And we want to accept that beam of light and really brush it forward, like this. Because that just adds a little bit more. Now, the important thing is, that is, like, based on lying down, with an exception, because I gotta fix something. 1 second. 1 second. Holy moly, I would have never heard the end of it if I missed this. And it's not the tail. Albeit, the tail we will get to. There's just something that is missing. It would be very painful if it was missing. Bam. I know I am. Alright. Nice shadings, thank you, I appreciate it. I only recognize what would have been a most ill mistake of mine. Because I was missing a spot. And that is very embarrassing for me. But that is okay. Because we did find it, and we got stronger. And you know what? That's what matters most. What's going on here? Let me see it. Let me see. Oh, I see. It's not actually connecting to anything. That's fair. Alright. We'll do that. Not the slime! No! What did I do? Wah! I wanted to relate to you that the NFT Alliance was sending their homunculi to kill me, but apparently the homunculi are unaligned creatures. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Yay! It sounds about right for them. So I'm glad you're okay. Wahoo! Alright. So we're strong with that. And then, you just do the big spot. Big missing spot. Wow. Did a little too much. Walk, walk. Walk, walk. Hold on. Walk, walk. Perfect. And now the question is, what do we do with the tail? Well, there's a reason I drew the body a little bit more flat than this image itself, and that is because the tail after I merge down this part of the body. You know what? I could merge down the whole part. I can merge down the whole body. I'm very okay with how this looks. We want it so we are resting on the tail itself. So, what we're gonna do is, we see where the tail generally connects in our template image. All in. And we're simply going to try and channel that for this side. It's gonna be really hard to make it, like, super clear what it is. Just from an immediate perspective. I hope that's fine. Whoop. Here, I could, like, draw the whole thing and put on another layer that is not the main body. Because we kind of know where it connects. So, like, it starts out, like, here-ish. Where you, like, kind of draw the line out. And then we imagine that we are lying down on our own tail. It's going to kind of, like, flop to the side really quick. Because we do still want it to poke out, even if it wouldn't make, like, the most sense from a tail perspective. We just want to make sure it's very clear where it is. Because it would be big, squishy down. Which, I mean, I guess that means the ridges would be, like, fatter, just because that's a lot of it, like, condensed down. So I guess it would be kind of more like this, and then, like, this, like, you know, it's condensed down that way. Not that it's going to matter until we get up here, but that just kind of keeps things a little bit more on that realism angle, you know what I'm saying? Let's say that it's going to start, like, tilting around this way more. Because, you know, that's when it's going to poke back out. It's going to re-emerge. Because the tail itself is naturally buoyant. It's trying to escape me. So, I'm gonna make sure that we got that buoyancy kind of feel before fully blops out. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth ridge here. Sixth ridge will be where it really begins kind of moving forward. Then the seventh ridge is just about here. Which also means that that ridge is not enough. It should be like further like that. It should be a lot further out. Okay, good. Nice. And seventh ridge will be right here. No. Seventh ridge will be right here. There we go. Alright. And now let's go ahead and fill in that base ridge as is, no questions whatsoever. Bop, 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 bop. And now we're just gonna put it on the other layer, like this. And we can see that there is a little bit of poking out because of how we previously did things, and that's fine. You know, it happens. Just gonna go ahead and fix it as a result. Good, good. We're also hiding our reference layer now, because I was worried about this. Yeah, that tail is way too small. Yeah, we drew the tail way too small because we were over-relying on the reference. It's gotta be heavier. More like that. There we go. And that does mean, as a result, we do have other things to fix with it. You know what? I'm gonna condense it all the way back down. Because our issue is important enough that we might as well do a full fill. Like, just guarantee that. And then we hand paint all of these back. Which is very annoying, but it's also a significantly safer route. And we are fine with this. We are fine with taking the safe route. Because the safe route will just naturally look a lot better when it's all said and done. Good. And we can just kind of like say that maybe some of this, of like the fat in the tail, is just like kind of going further up to try and be more buoyant or something. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna suggest that's working. Just cut it down. Cut it down, it's a lot safer. Okay, whoop. So where that line was, where this line is, we can just fill everything in from there. That is very nice. Yay! Alright. Another big fill. Good, good. Good, good. Now we can bring the tail up a fair bit, and we'll just see where it lies, where it ends up lying down. Bring up a little as well. Larger, larger. Alright. Let's see that. Honestly, pretty good. Pretty solid, if I do say so myself, which I do. Only thing is, I might bring it further down just so, like, the ridge isn't, like, in the way. And that's pretty nice. And now the last thing we have to do, before the actual pool shading itself, is we will go back on only the angles we can actively see, and we will begin the process of painting in this tail. Good. Actually gonna hide the body here. Because keep in mind, most of this is like angled in. So it's actually even less that you would see than I'm anticipating. Like this was fine. Then this, it's like actually a lot tighter than I initially anticipated. Just like that. Just like that even. And just like that. So you can see that there is a large funnel downwards as we go along. And that's good. That is genuinely what we want. Because that also applies for the other side. And I don't think we're going to see the other side at any point. Let me check just to be certain. We do. We do for a brief moment. But it's not important enough where, like, it really kicks in of a 100% we must do the whole thing. So, like, actually, I'm being a little too tight with the fill. Unless I do it like this. And I had to swap to the 1 pixel measurement to get that. Perfectly. There we go. Love that. Big fan. Very big fan, even. Did not mean to do that. Alright. And now, all we're gonna do, because keep in mind, this is just the siding of it, the exception of this guy here, where it's like pretty close, is we're gonna take out our 4-point, and we're gonna fill it all in like that. Nice, nice. And we should never really see more than a tiny bit of the actual, like, big tail spot on the top. Except for ridges, like, right here. Like, that ridge right there probably will be able to see it. And that's fine. Okay. Nice. So, like, we'll just fill these in briefly. For the very tiny bit that you would be able to see. Like, that one right there, you won't be able to see it. Actually, yeah, that looks all fine right there. So 7% here, 7% here, all the way through here. It's pretty good. It's pretty nice. Then we fill in this. So earlier, I was at the park, and I got the opportunity to meet Amsi, you say. Alright. That's cool. He kept talking about Johnny testing the gecko and something about Symphony of the Night being different from Classicvania. Makes sense. Let's see. He started yelling, hauling over and over, trampling over multiple people until they were arrested for disturbing the peace. This is so sad. This is so sad. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it was cool, though. Alright, so we got our overall save in. But you might wonder, why is the template still here? If we're doing so well with this right now. And I'm glad you asked, because we still have a little bit of shading to do. Some shading work to do. And as a result, we're actually going to have to go over a lot of sections of the GEC again. This time, however, it's going to be really weird. Because MS Paint doesn't let you fill in with like an alpha channel. So as a result, we're gonna have to kind of eyeball some things and be like, that fits or that doesn't. And we go from there. Alternatively, there's one thing we could do. You believe Don's doing upskirt? It's not that. It's not that. You know it's not that. And what I'm thinking we could do is, for the purpose of this drawing only, to make sure that we have our ultimate shading in mind. Because we could do this. You can see it's not like the best thing. We could swap to a different art program to finish this drawing. But the weird thing is, it would be really obvious that we are. So like, I don't know. I don't know. How do we get a plasticky feel here? How do I do that? Like, struggling with even just the idea of it. Like, I guess what we could do is we just tone down the saturation a bit. Like, by, like, maybe 50 of whatever it is at all times. Because the thing is, we're gonna be beaming in the sun. Like, that is going to be just straight up happening around here-ish. It'll be like going over the whole thing. Like right here. We have to refill in the pixels that get covered, which makes things even harder. But I think we could do it. Honestly. I think we could do it. So we said that we were doing a 50 on the saturation value, so it'll be more like that. Then we just kind of like fill it in like this. This is so scuffed. Wait, no it's not. Wait, that looks really good. Wait a second. That looks great. Wait. Okay, and we have to do that kind of for the entire body. That's the difficult part. But I believe in myself. So, what we're gonna do is a little bit more of like a sunstroke kind of feel. Where we have like new spots. Because this is like dotting in pools. This is pools dotting. And that is fine. So what I thought was going to be scuffed was not actually really scuffed. Which is very cool. And keep in mind, that's gonna have to go for the eyes too, which is very scary. It's very scary. But you could like do a little fill-in like this. Also I want to just do a little bit of a carve out here. Good. Very nice. And that gets that spot out of the way. This is cool. Wait a second. I'm learning how reflections work. Wait, this is sick ass. So we got, like, the first reflection out of the way. If we can't get it fully HSV'd out, I guess we just do, like, a 0 and go from there. Because, like, we're gonna be kind of, like, tracking the whole way down, I guess. Which is so interesting. What video games had to doodle graphics? That would take a lot of time. Also, we want to make sure that, of course, for the reflection here, we are following the irises to an extent. Wah. 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 Alright. Ooh, let's check that. I think that could look really nice. But we're basically just adding a lot of reflections to the Gek. And just going with it. Going all in. Okay, nice. Fill in. I like this. Oh, I like this. I like what we have here. I'm gonna actually save over that right now. Perfect. Okay, that's looking good. That's looking good. In fact, I think we could get rid of our template, just in case. Look at this. Oh, I am excited. I think we are locked in. I genuinely think we are. This feels right. This feels right. I like it. Okay. So how do we go from here? Q is like pool toy dine is almost complete. But I didn't expect this to look as good as it does. Like here, I guess with this we could do like a thin line over like the middle center of it. It doesn't have to be like super strong, but then we're gonna go back each of those little blips that we made. We're just gonna buff it out a little. Alright, nice. Okay, good. Lovely. Okay. So, you know, we kind of have almost like a seam going through the Gek. And you know what? That's fair. That is fair, given what this drawing is about. So, like, that makes sense. There's a spot on the arm there I did not draw. I was like, wait a second. This feels like something that is usually on the Gek. And I'm right. There is. There's a spot right here that we never drew. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just say that, like, this spot covers most of it, and then there's a trickle of light from, like, here or so for the remaining bit of the reflection. And there we go. Mistake has been covered. The other trickle will not exist on the other side, though, where it'll just be kind of like the normal spot. But, you know, due to the angle, it's already going to be a little difficult to see. So it works out like that. Now the big question is, how do we do hands? How do I hands? I like having hands. So I would rather, you know, use my hands than not use my hands. So, what we could do is, like, a big circle through here. And then the fingertips themselves are also included. So, we want to do something like that, or just the thumb. And then, the rest of this is just stuff I forgot when doing the previous Passover, so kind of doing it now. Perfect. Bam, bam. Honestly, that looks really nice. I like that. Okay. So, we have all of that figured out. Now, the question is, what do I do with my big, chunky legs? How do I fill that in? How do I fill that in? Help. I gotta think about this. Also, let's make sure that we're getting, like, the big spots on this end, where the tail is. It doesn't have to be a ton of them, but I do want it to be a good amount of spots that you can see. Now, we can also do something like, you know, the actual face itself is blocking out a lot of the angle that would otherwise be here. I think that is a fine angle to take. So if we do a spot like this, we just fill it in naturally, that should be pretty good. All the way. Good. Let's fill in, see, that's what I was worried about. Even the 1% fills that, that's scary. So we do kind of have to manually fill it. I just realized I was trying to make these reflections on a layer and I didn't. Oops. Whoopsies. I'm realizing that I've almost spent 2 hours on this drawing as well, which is definitely not good. But, you know, we can do a quick wrap-up. We can do a quick wrap-up. We just gotta make sure that everything makes sense, you know? Like, if we want to do maybe a sunspot here, like, we can. But, like, we really do want to focus on those legs. How is the sun reflecting in this drawing is something I genuinely have to consider. But the thing is, light scares me because I can't visualize things. But at the same time, drawing scares me because I can't visualize things. So, like, surely I can just imagine a sun. And if I imagine a sun, we're gonna be completely fine. Because an imaginary sun can give an imaginary light on imaginary circumstances. So, if we simply keep that in mind, we're gonna be so good. We're gonna be so good. You can see, like, you know, the light pattern is going to curl up from there. Whoa. Went very far away. And that's pretty nice. Here we can do all 3 of these. Good. Let's go ahead, fill that in. And then... nice. Now here's where things get difficult. Imagining reflections on leg. The leg's gonna be rough, I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's gonna be a rough one. We can imagine that if we do have, of course, sunlight, we would also have shading. So, like, some things are not going to be hit by the sun. And the sun is going to be mostly on a reflection, analyzing kind of, like, from here, like, down. So, like, whoa. Anything within this little section, anything within here, I'll just redline this.
Oh my goodness, I'm Big Gecko, hello. I can see the sun, I can eat the sun. What we really want to do is anything in this triangle could probably be considered as sunlight.
In one way or another. Oh wait, we did do some reflections. It's just not all of them. I'll just move it down. But yeah. Okay. And from here... what if we do, like, big sunspots? I don't think that's necessary. I think what we could do is another kind of sun trail all the way down. Yeah, sure. Exactly. I'm analyzing it from the sun's perspective. Perspective of the sun. We are basking in the sun. What if I did bask in the sun? How do you all feel? Oh, I did understand that. Can you all not understand me now? Wait, I have to talk slower then. And you not understand me now? Citation. Help. I'm scared. What do you think makes it most difficult to understand? It's with difficulty, but yes. But the difficulty's not like the coolest thing. I'm gonna have to keep tweaking this. to figure out what the good happy median is. I like being big. Makes me feel strong, and powerful, and cool, and swag. Oh. Okay. So we have all this to fill in our spots as a result. Too powerful? I disagree. I disagree. I hold you in my hands. Like I could have done that previously, but now I can really hold you in my hands, and that's cool. Okay. That's here. It's scary you're actually big. Hold on. Hold on. Imagine I'm holding you in my hands. Hello. Albie, you are now in my hands. I know. I tried doing a gag there, I'm not sure if it worked out. But yeah, if it's like genuinely too difficult to understand, please let me know. And I'll edit stuff around. Like, the thing is, I do want eventually Big Gecko to have like its unique system. So like, being understandable is very important. It is very important for that type of redeem. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Yeah. That's fair. Alright. I'm struggling so much as far as to understand it. Okay, I did like an entire bit where I was pretending to grab you, which is why I changed the camera angle for like 5 seconds. But it didn't quite work. Didn't quite work if you didn't understand what was going on. It was like, I'm grabbing you with my hands. Come here. But I think we got lost in translation. I did hear the hold on. Darn. You know, that's good though. That means you heard one thing. You heard one of the intended things. That's cool. Let's go. Okay, so now over here, this is like the final sunspot I think we really need to do. So we'll check it. But yeah, I'm just cool like that. I can't even hear if you said, for example, 26. Oh, that's important. People need to hear their names. Oh no. Okay, yeah, I'll have to definitely consider like ways to change it. You know, maybe one day I'll just do a troubleshooting stream for like the first hour. And I will discover how to make people hear me better with Big Gecko specifically. It might not even be a bad idea. Might be reasonable. Alright. So we're kind of doing like the sunspot further down like this. Which is good. And now we just want to do this all the way over here. But nah. Even though I do like the super big voice filter on Big Gecko, I do think it's important that people hear their names. So we'll see. So do you think it's the echo that makes it harder, or do you think it's the deep voice itself? Because depending on the answer, we could figure out what we tweak first. Meow meow meow. Me mamu. Me mama mamu. Alright. Gonna fill all of this in. And then blap blop. Blap blop. Nice. That's not bad. Oh, that's bad. Hold on. Let's just try to kind of curve it in like that. Okay. So with this, we have a pretty good feel on Pull-Toy-Don. And the only reason I'm saying pretty good feel is I noticed that there's 2 more things I can do that'll make it just a little better. First, we make the eyes a little bit deeper, because that's just how my eyes are. And then we want to add speculars to this as well. And the way we're going to do it is we're gonna start out by doing the circle. I think what I said is it's minus 50 saturation-wise. So, we want to be very chill on that front as we hit those speculars. Those speculars. Like how we're saying that. Or speculars. We're gonna do the circles like just a whop, then maybe a whop, and a whop. We're gonna do the same thing on this side, but it's going to be over here. Which this might just be pure white as a result, but for now we're just gonna kind of do a similar whop. Try to keep the distance all figured out. Whop. And then whop. Good. Very nice. Okay. Now, importantly here, we are aware that we have another eye color that we need to just associate proper. So, we're gonna do that. Make sure that we do not do more than absolutely necessary when trying to fill this. Good. Tap up. And then tap up. And then over here, we have a much different situation where I think we're just gonna have pure white, honestly. I think that is guaranteed. Yeah, 16 saturation, that is like pure white as a result, so we're just gonna bleep, bloop, blop. That's pretty nice. I can't remember if there's anything else we should do for the eyes. We could do just like speckles around and stuff. Which, if we are doing the speckles, I'm also arting today. Whoa! Hello, Shine! Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, we're so full of art. It's crazy. Okay, up here. And technically there's a spot right there, which is a little tricky. But, we do get it. We can add another spot, like, in between these. And technically, that would actually go over the eye ridge here, which makes things very interesting. So, we're fine with that. We're just gonna 4D saturation it. Look at that. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty neat. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and save this all fully down after I add my caption in. Its caption is going to be Pool Toy Done. And this was a prompt done not in May. That would be very silly of me to say. But this was requested by Oligar. This took us like 2 hours, but I think it was worth it. I think we did so well on this. I am impressed. I feel strong. And that's pretty good. Those are pretty good things to be. If I must say. Actually bring down the caption to be a little bit easier to read. But yeah, it looks good. How much did you do in those 2 hours? I did one. But I did a really good one. So we're fine. We're gonna go ahead, call this Pool Toy in our DahDoodles folder. Save as a flattened image, yep. We're ready. We're good. On the 26th. True. Alright. I'm gonna do a big stretch because we focused so hard on that one. And I'm gonna go ahead and also send that to the person who did the pool toy stuff. But yeah. Because they were an inspiration for how I drew this. So I'm going to like send it to them in DMs right now, being like, a pool toy prompt came up during my MS Paint stream. I tried to use your advice in that program as well as I could. Big McThankies. Actually, I'll just say thanks because I haven't talked to this person too much. Thanks. Alright. Bam, bam. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I'm chill with it. Also, I should probably upload that just to the, to our Discord super quick while we can. So, that'll be in DahDoodles, which is right here. And now the thing is, we do have our template image, so we're gonna bring back the template, but we're gonna delete everything in the template. Because we have another drawing to do now. That is very important. And the doodles. We do the doodles. So our next drawing is going to be... You know what? How about we do Dalton asking Frenchfly for an autograph? We're kind of skipping around just a little, but I think that's fair. Because this is a very fun prompt idea. So we're gonna have a little bit of a bright background right here. But, more importantly, I am going to make sure that I have images of the French on the side. Because I think it's going to be quite good that we know precisely how we do this. Because previously when I've drawn French pie, I have not done the best. But if I lock in, if I really lock in, we're going to go crazy on it. We're going to go wacky with it. So, let's go for it. Now the most important thing that we have to do is color palette. And like getting this color palette down is going to be very difficult, and I think I already got the yellow down. I want to test. We do like a little bit of a... Want to bring that color up a little bit more. That's pretty close. I like that. In fact, I'm gonna add these to custom colors just in case they get overwritten for whatever reason. And then the HSV, we should just be able to bring the saturation like to like 20 or whatever, and just like see how those both play with each other. Because these colors, they do have to stand out on top of each other very well. And I think that's fine. I think that is a fine start. I think what we instead need to do, instead of bringing up just the saturation, we might want to bring down the value a little. Ooh, no, we bring up the value. Probably bring the value to 100%, bring this to maybe a 15. And that should probably help with making these colors distinguishable easy. Legend has it that Don invented art. It's true. Source me. That is like pretty spot on. I'm going to be so real with you all. Like, that's pretty spot on. I'm gonna try and test the value at 100% to see if that works a little better. It does not. Okay, other way around. It's at 100%, it was 93 before, we're gonna bring it down by 7, that's going to be like an 86. Too much brought down. 89. Still far too much, just keep the 93. 93 is good enough. Alright. Sources, Don Yoshi likes 24. True! Alright. Now, with the HSV, we're just gonna play with the number itself to see how close we can get to violet. Because I'm pretty sure whatever color we're really looking for, it's gonna be here. In this general area. 89. Because we have a similar situation where it's really just the eyes become a little bit more dull on the higher up end. So, to try and keep that as well as we can. That should pretty much just straight up be exactly what we need, which is pretty sick. It's pretty sick as. So, now the question is, technically in the drawing that we're going to need to do, they are a furred dragon, but because of the simple design of the character. Like, you know, it's just going to be circles. But what if I go for fur? What if I go all out just this once? And try to add fur to a character that typically doesn't have fur, but is supposed to have fur. What if I am adventurous enough for it on this very day? Because I think I can be. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start out by just simply drawing a, how do I want to do this? I think we do kind of close to the ground, for the most part. Good line. That is a good line right there. You know, big fan of lines. And that's gotta be one of the better lines out there. So, we have that, which is nice. But now, what we have to do is figure out what else for this character are we going for. Which is interesting. Because there's a lot of ways we could take this. They usually kind of have stubby legs. Big stubby legs. But stubby legs all the same. So, let's go for that. A little bit more to the side, though. Because I'm imagining, like, the way that they're facing, it'll be like an angle kind of like up, you know? So, like, a little bit more like, how do I put it? It would be like here. We're trying to track, like, the center position. Which I think is probably a good idea, just to have that in mind, if we're especially going to be trying fur for the first time. Because everything that we're doing here is going to be getting a base through which you understand how the rest of legs work. But that also means that we kind of want to approach this from, like, this angle. There we go. Good. Like, imagine that the leg keeps on going. Probably going to stop around here-ish. As a result, probably going to stop a little bit before that. Like, right here. Make sure it's, like, planted towards the ground. Okay. Not bad. You know what, just stubby it. Stubby it for now. Because it's more important that we have the base concept down than, like, perfect angles 100% of the time, immediately, no questions asked. So, from there, we're gonna go ahead and get the second leg. And second leg should be pretty connected, I'm thinking, to, like, what we are anticipating. And that's pretty alright. In fact, second leg could be even connected, like, right there. Okay. Not bad! Not bad! Honestly, I'm pretty happy with the beginning of this. Because the way that we want to do the rest of it is they are relatively kind of pair circle. So, if we are simply doing something that'll connect through that, like this, for example. It's like actually a perfect thing right there. And then, like, the rest of the leg will connect right there. That is... We are not missing today. I'm gonna tell you that. All of the things we are going for are straight up hits right now, in terms of the vibes we're trying to match. I just realized I did this all in one layer. That's fine. It really sucks, but that's fine. We have a way to fix it. It hurts. It hurts the soul, but that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and try to fix it right now by simply bringing this all in, kind of at the angle we want. I'm gonna disappear that layer. And what we're gonna try and do is... Actually, I'm not sure. Oh. Oh, darn. It would need to be like a really strict connector, like this, for us to have any chance of that actually working well. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would fix that. You know what? I guess she's just part of the background now. Darn. Whatever. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. And what I could do real quick is the head's just going to be right here anyways. You know? Like, the arms are going to connect. Head's going to be right here. So, how about we go about something like this? First, we actually make sure that for the first time in known history, we are, you know, correctly selecting our color palette, and we are just going to attach it straight to the background. Right here. Right now. So that never happens again. And more importantly, we are going to paint the initial section of the body with the color that we have selected. Right here, right here. Good. Very nice. Longer ad breaks further apart is preferable over constant interruptions. This is the best I can physically do, so I'm sorry. This is the best I can physically do. Otherwise, Twitch will straight up make it so you get more ads. Or alternatively, when you join the stream, you get ads immediately, and I'm not doing that. So, yeah, this is the best we can do. Alright. Meanwhile, how about we can extend this big heckin' shonkster tail. But no, trust me, I've looked into it. This is like physically the best thing I can do for stream. I apologize. It's why I appreciate there being ads every 30 minutes here. Such a breath of fresh air compared to some other channels. I appreciate that, yay. My Gekkai complimented you. I'm sorry, I'm so used to people complaining about ads. That like, I just kinda got like defensive. I apologize. I apologize. I am so used to people complaining about ads. I am so used to it. my apologies. It was a gut instinct. Okay. So from here... I do apologize. I do feel bad. I do want a big heckin' chunkster tail. That's like half the appeal of this character. So... let's imagine like the body as like a constant curve though. Like, where... kind of keep on going up. Then as a result, the best way to continue that curve is also going up this way. There we go. That's probably a much better angle for the tail to generally be. Nice. Okay. Good, good. Oh, by the way, I forgot to announce, we have a new collab on Saturday. I can say it for real, no matter what. It will be Big Walk on Saturday with Flaw and Umbi again. We'll be finishing up the game. It'll be pretty sick, guys. I'm kind of struggling with how we want to do, like, the tail flop here. I get it. It sucks no matter how you flip it, but you gotta do something. Yeah, At least you don't have a channel point redemption for playing more ads. That is like the meanest possible thing you can do to people who aren't subbed. I don't get why people do it, honestly. Like, I'm not gonna tell people how to run their streams, but I kind of feel like getting rid of that is like the most friendly thing you can do. Because you already have like a semi-hostile environment to people not subbing if you have something like that. And this comes from someone who almost had that initially. Because I didn't realize that. But then I thought about it for like 10 seconds. And I'm like, wait a second, that's not good at all. Okay. We'd have to condense this tail down, which I also drew on the same layer! But that's fine. You know what we could do? We do something like this. Where we need the Chonkster tail. The Chonkster tail is very important. Drinker stretch? Alright, I'll do that in just a moment. First, however, let's try that. Let's try that as, like, the big crux of everything. And then we go up here. Also, someone asked me, earlier in, like, DMs, Don, what song should I add to my playlist for stream? Because they're also, like, getting into streaming recently, and I was like, you know what you should do? You should put on the Subway Surfers theme. And then they were like, it's very funny, Don, but I'm looking for actual suggestions. And I'm like, do you not know how much of a bop this song is? Unironically. Because I also originally added it as a meme. But I don't think I'm ever going to take it off because, like, this song's kind of an actual bop. I'm gonna be so real. Be so real. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. That is a pretty good lead up tail-wise. I'm pretty happy with that. Though we're also gonna move it further down. Alright. Just tie it all in. Tie it all in once and for all. Alright. And now we're gonna go ahead and make sure that we get our little circles. Whoop. Hold on. Nice. Because this is the little crescent moon that they have. Which is like their most recognizable trait. So... I'm gonna just draw all of that in. Nice. I think we did quite well to start off. So we're gonna condense this all down, and we're gonna connect it to the main body. The tail looks a little weird, but that is simply because we have not put it behind this layer yet. Ugh, I forgot. Hold on. I have to do it seam by seam, inch by inch. I'm gonna do it just so I have a good layer here. Sometimes it's erasing, sometimes it's not, which is a little annoying, but that's reasonable. Now the good news is, once we get this fully around, greatness will lie before us. You can already see we're uncovering it, much like an archaeologist is uncovering a fossil. Like, you know, an active archaeologist in a dig site. That is who we are right now. It's all for the French. Everything My life is for the Fwench. There we go. There we go. Shout out to the Fwench Fly. You're a real one. Nice. The only thing that's going to be really difficult here will just require a different cursor. That's fine. I don't think we're ever going to draw between the Fwench's little leg stubs, so we don't need to worry too much about that. Everything else that remains is, like, fine, and we can just go over the outline again for the sections most hit, just to try and connect it a little easier. And that is okay. Hi all. Hello, Dead Meat! Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well today. I am quickly patching up a really big mistake I did at the beginning of this drawing, which has set us back probably 15 total minutes, but that's alright. Because we're fixing it now. So that'll never set us back again after the fact. Don, I sent you something. Have you ever done it? You sent me something. Let me check. Is this, like, on Discord? Because I'll be able to check that in just a moment. Yes. Alright, I usually don't check Discord during my stream, but, like, I can do it. I can do it. And I know I say that every time I check Discord during stream, but fair enough. Bam bam. Okay, what is this? Green Gecko. Oh, no! Okay, hold on. I wonder if I can show this on stream. Like, physically. I don't know how I do my Discord capture. Basically, it's a, here, I'll actually just put in my memes channel, on my Discord. Because it's like a gecko eating, like, ramen with presumably hot sauce. They slurp, they lick their eye, and then they're in, you know, pain. And you know what? That's fair. Done hacking into the mainframe. I'm in. What would my hacker name be? If I was, like, an elite hacker of the 1970s. Do you think it would be, like... I feel like I would be ahead of the times just enough to have a cringe Xbox Live gamer tag as my hacker name, instead of Thrasher, or Gecko Grappler, or yeah, anything like that. Here we go. One of these days, someone's going to say, Don, please check Discord, please, and it'll just be them saying hi in DMs, ruining it for us all. True! True! That would ruin it! That would ruin it! I would be very upset. Not like upset, but like, upset enough, you know? Alright, it is now time for French Fry's massive pop belly. It's not that big, but let's go for it. I will say, this is kind of peak character design. I'm gonna be so real. I'm gonna be so real with it. And I recognize the folly of my creation in comparison to the Fwench. But that is okay. I will not become the Fwench, or it would be a mere imitation. But I recognize and respect the perfection done with this character. And that is enough. Why am I treating it like it's a creed? Okay, let's see. Okay, we're doing good. A gecko eating ramen? I thought it was more like a belly. I mean, it is kind of just a belly. It's not like an actual pot belly, but I thought it was a funny way to describe it. They're so full of a variety of snacks that you can imagine. Pretzels, popcorn, fruit gummies, you name it. And you know what? Good for them. Good for them, I say, looking down, crying. Alright. Ooh, that like filled in nothing. That was scary. That filled in everything. That's even more scary. Alright. Pretty good. I think we're off by like a slight amount. I think we unironically have to make it a little bit more orange. So, let's try and recoil into the orange section. We could try saturating it a little bit more as well. Like, let's say a 40. And see how that goes. Ooh. That's a lot better. That is, like... That's pretty close. Gotta say. That feels pretty good. Oh, I got no limits. I got no limits with this. We're feeling strong. We are encountering everything. Now the thing is, French Fry has like little stupid toes. So, how are we going to do their little stupid toes? I'm not sure. That is what the purpose of discovery is. Alright. So, when I'm thinking toe nubs, I don't usually think about the French, but we could. What I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna have them kind of balance on like little triangle planks. Little triangle planks. Because I know that it's almost fawn-like, the little toe nubs. So, I'm gonna make sure these little toe nubs are connecting as well as they physically can. And they're gonna connect forward, which is pretty nice. I'm doing this all without, like... Well, I can't say without reference. I have a photo of French Fry on the side, but I'm, like, doing a unique pose and everything. Because I believe in myself. I believe I can do French Fry justice. I really do think so. I have this self-control over my reality. Specifically because, you know, I'm actively drawing the thing. But, it will give me strength. Okay. There we go. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Tell me who's the fwenchest of them all. And this photo is going to appear. Alright? Trust me on that. Okay, pretty good. Honestly, I even like what we did with, like, the leg right here. Like, the little, curve it has. I think we could do a little more, though. I think we could do just a little more. I do like the curve at the ankle. But I feel like just to really sell the shape language, we'd, like, bring the leg out more like this. Actually, wait, hold on. Meow meow. Good. Alright, look at that. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the greenest and largest of them all? I'll take one of those categories. I won't take green, though. Won't take green, because that's the mirror lying. And you know what? The mirror's not supposed to do that. I think you have a defective mirror. I'm really sorry about that. You might want to get one that explicitly knows the difference between green and blue. Alright. But nah, it's gonna be such a good day to be a Dotton fan, because you're going to see that I can do some fictional characters justice in my drawings, alright? Bam bam. Bam bam! Bam bam! We're doing so well. You can hear it because I'm curdling my voice. Ooh, that was not the term I was going for. Curdling my voice sounds really painful, and it also sounds like it's milk now, so no, definitely not. Definitely not that. Curling my voice. Curling my voice. There we go. There we go. It does know green is when the green value is highest. The green value is not highest for me. Don't look at my hex code. The hex code's lying too. It's in on it. Big Hex is in on the conspiracy to make me green. The conspiracy that makes you green is a very real thing. I most assure you. Okay. There we go. So, we got our, like, base template of the first part of this drawing, which is very good. Now, we gotta bring it all together. Alright? We gotta draw their stupid little stub nubby hands. And more importantly, their face. So, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna try and combine styles here. Like, the base face shape, we're gonna deal with it being, like, you know, the regular French fry face facing, like, forwardish. But then, it's going to be me drawing their face rather than, like, the whole, like, you know, little nose they have like that. Did I just do it first try? Okay, we might keep that. Ignore what I said. Please ignore what I said. We might be keeping that. I wanna do my little unique take on the French. I feel like I'm strong. I feel like I'm strong enough for it. Even if I did just do their nose perfectly. Decisions now. Here, their head is like a loss of their body. Diving in bed, thanks for streaming? Yeah, thanks for being here, 26. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Alright. Meanwhile, I'm gonna get this head ready. Heady ready. And keep in mind, we're gonna have to shrink down French fry with this drawing. But that's okay. The flinch will be shrunken. The shrinking virus that only affects the flinch. Oh, I hate how that appeared in my mind. I kinda love it too. Okay, not bad. Why does 26 always dive into bed? Surely that's not good for the bed to break so much momentum like that? No, it's fine. They have like multiple matchbox beds. We'll be okay. I assure you, they will be fine. You know the images of like the mice sleeping in the little matchboxes with like a flint blanket and stuff? That's basically 26. That is 26, not just basically. That is them. Right there. So they kind of also have like a short stubby kind of expression like this, which is very similar to my short stubby expression. But the thing is, they also have snout, so it needs to go out more than what I would typically do. Like that. That would be fine. And then the rest of their head kind of continues going up as it extends. From here. Because they don't have a flat skull. They got brain capacity out there. So we got that. Very nice. I'm gonna go ahead, color key the main face. It appears we have forgotten something. Oh, we have forgotten to change layers. Oh, we have forgotten to connect the head. Both of those things are very important. Okay. I'm just checking. We do have a basic connection that way, which is good. And we'll like kind of connect the head down this way because it's going to be underneath the body layer. That'll make things good. Okay, so we have the head, body is back, bring the head underneath the body. Head should probably be moved up a little bit, but it would be easier to move the body down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we're gonna also move down the tail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we were off by 1. That is okay. It doesn't matter too much. Now, from here is where things get interesting. Because what if I just make their neck really small? Because we have the power to. We have the power to give them a really small neck. It still connects to their main head, like that. And that's pretty good. I like that. Okay, I like what we have here. I'm gonna just fill in this section. Because honestly, this is pretty close. This is pretty close. I think we do have to shrink down the head just a little. But that's fine. Because that doesn't mess with a lot. That messes with just enough. Good. Alright. Now here's where things get interesting. The snout, it's like almost goat-like. I don't know how I would draw a goat-like snout. Especially facing the way it's facing. Like, it could be any way. And we have, like, the general idea of, like, what would fit best. If we really extend this out. But like I said, I want to try my own, like, style with it. Rather than just kind of copying what I see in the reference image. So, what we're gonna do instead is... Also, remember, this has to be slightly changed perspectively. That's very important. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the angle we actually need to hit this with. So, let's go for it this way, where we are kind of extending it up forward. Then we're gonna be doing things really soft. And then, just simply connect it back down here. And we're gonna see how that looks. Because now if we do, like, the more kind of, like, jagged but smooth feel... I think we have something here. I want to check to be certain. So we're gonna remove that. We're purposefully redlining this as much as we can. Okay. And now we're gonna fill it. Make sure it's like filled as much as we can, realistically. Oh, I might need to do something really annoying here. Just to make sure it doesn't, like, fill all of that, too. Gonna have to, like, actively play with it a ton. Might need to just do a small circle around, like this. That should cover all of the possible red dots that exist. Because of what I did, and now we just fill back. And let's check that with the main head shape. The main issue is not the snout, it's the line. It's the line itself. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna erase the line. And we're gonna go for that jagged feel. Like that. Because keep in mind, I want this mouth to be just a little open, in addition to everything. So, having a kind of like crackled grin would work really well, because the mouth's gonna be open. It should be opposite, I think. No, actually just following the line as is was the right call. Just keep in mind, it's gotta like close down and stuff. Good. Yay! Then we can just like kind of erase this line right here. Oh, it's because it's on the head. There we go. That's why we could see it. Nice. Alright, look at that. So we have the Fwench's mouth figured out, which is pretty nice. Kind of get that in. Obviously, we're going to have to color correct this, but for now, that is a good start. Just fill it all where we are. Bam bam. Yay yay. And you know what? I think we can color correct it now. It's not gonna be hard, so we're just gonna kind of color key it further to red. We probably want to bring the value down to like 65-ish. Saturation up by 30. Value down and saturation down by maybe 20. I think we just did a little much there, so let's see how that looks. That feels good. That feels nice. So we have like the crackled little smile. Love to see that. Big fan. Big fan. And then if we're like looking at the difference, we can see that just overall, the nose is smaller, but we're also kind of like facing more forward-ish. Ooh, wait, hold on. But if we're facing more forward-ish, this nose should be further back, actually. Which also means that the rest of the head has to be further back. Which means that we're redoing the head by technicality alone. So, let's go ahead and try to redetermine the head. Because, like, what we have is still good for the head. It's not that the head itself is bad. I mean, it is that the head itself is bad, but it's not bad because of its own merits. It is because we're just simply a little too adventurous. That's also why I felt like I had to make the neck a lot smaller. Because it wasn't quite lining up with what I had in mind. But now it does. If we do this here, and then, once again, thinking about the angle, it would make a lot of sense for the head to be more like this, and maybe kind of hold out around here. And then we begin slowly levering it down. Slowly. There we go. Nice. Gonna go ahead, fill that in just from there. Okay. Perfect. I'm gonna just kind of cut this all around. Something's still not quite connecting, so let's look underneath this body and see what might be breaking it. It's the mouth that's breaking it. It is the massive mouth that is breaking it. Alright. So for this purpose, we're gonna just kind of like do a little Pac-Man kind of thing, for where the jaws would be. Fill us back in over here. Look at where that leaves us. Pac-Man was not successful on this day. Alright, so we're gonna pay attention to where the jaws are. Okay. Okay, very good. Because I just wanted to make sure we weren't, like, drawing over it. If we do this, we should have a full in. Nice. Then all we have to do is we're gonna clean up this section a good bit. Also includes over here. His jaws are going to take priority. That's the important part. The more priority that the jaws are able to have, the better off this is all going to look. Right there. I wonder if I could even do like a smoother nose. If we do like this into this. Ooh, I like the idea of it, but now that I'm thinking about it more in practice, I'm not certain. Well, if we do a flatter nose. Like that. I like it! I like it a lot! Alright, nice. So that did take us a fair bit to really condense down the head shape. But I do think we have an angle to really work with now. And now, the question is, how do we do the hairpiece? How do we do the ghost horns? How do we do the eyes? And I think I'm going to do the eyes similar to what I do with my eyes generally, where the headpiece, that is the connector, which... Thought about something. Technically, I didn't draw it perfect. Technically, the nose has to come up here. I'm saying technically a lot because that is very important for the eyepiece. It's something that would go a little overlooked. This kind of balances when we put in the nostrils, when we do all of that. And like, you know, they're gonna be smiling. They're gonna be a little bit of a smiler, so we want to make sure that they're smiling as well as they can. And keep in mind that since the nose is kind of more of a flat ridge kind of thing right here, be able to see both of these. Good. Alright. And as a result of how we are facing, the eyes should... Oh. Yep, I hear my cat. 1 second. Let me go ahead and get my cat. She's been really good. Surprise. Let's see. Oh. No. Alright. Hashtag just gecko problems. Oh, I missed that a while ago. I am so sorry. Okay, gamers. I'm locked in. We're locked in again. Now, this is gonna be hard. Because we have a very white skull. But we also need to express that these massive eyes are staring forward, and that there's depth. So we could do something like this, in a way. But more importantly, I'm going to do just a quick line all the way upwards. And this line should hopefully help us get like a feel of the spine, like where everything should be. Because I'm imagining that once we bring this to the forefront, we can use it. As an example, like if we want to go ahead and touch back up the tail, which realistically it would just be this line here, that could help. Honestly, we should do that, but we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for now. We have this nice red line. I'm gonna actually make red. And that is going to help us with figuring out distances. So let's draw the eyes like there is a clear, distinct spot here, and then a distinct spot around here, where the eyes should be starting. Relatively even with each other, but one's a little bit further out just because of the distance stuff. Actually going to have those two dots stay there, because I'm imagining is these eyes I'm gonna connect like this. It's gonna be kind of a both ends thing. where the moment that one eye connects, the other eye also connects. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Wow. Yay. I'm excited. Technically, the snout would connect a little bit further from here. So let's go ahead and fix that. Alright. And now, let's go ahead, go back to our layer here. And I'm gonna just fill in these eyes with the pure kind of white beam. Keep in mind that once the layer is all said and done, it'd actually be underneath the snout. So we have no problem with making these eyes extend underneath the snout for the purposes of filling all of this in. That is completely fine. The only issue is we cannot have it touch through the head with this eye right here. We want to make sure that is still clean cut. Alright. Alright, nice. Love to see it. Man, part of me was still kind of thinking about, what is it? Going for a, like, custom, unique feel with the fur dragon. I think we probably shouldn't do that. But that doesn't mean we can't at least touch up the eyes a little, you know? And I think we have a cool way of touching up the eyes. So, importantly, these eyes going to kind of be like extending this way a little because they're looking to the side. I mean, they're not looking entirely to the side, just like a little bit. More like that. Good. Okay. Alright. Very good. Nice. Let's go ahead, fill that all in. Bam, bam. Because this is not fully done. This is not fully done. And what we could do on top of this is typically it's just like a simple kind of like here, and then the eyes are like little slits. We can do a little bit more. And thank you for the pets Yoshi likes. Wow. I appreciate it. Alright, let's fill this all in. Ooh, wait, hold on. I almost did something wrong. Because, since the eyes aren't facing entirely forward, you actually don't get the full pronounced effect. You instead would get something like this. A little bit more like here, though. Because they are facing to the side. Very glad I caught that. That would have been very silly of me. So as a result, we get that instead. Very nice. Very nice. What I'm imagining is like almost a little trim around the side here. I'm not sure whether or not that would be a good idea, to be perfectly honest. But what I'm thinking is this trim kind of exists as a dual piece, like here. Nice, nice. Good. And then over here will be this way. Actually, yeah, that's about as far as it should go. But this is technically off-model for them. I think that is very reasonable, given how the rest of this looks. Like, this is kind of like a meshing between the little styles I do and the style that the show has. So, I think it's reasonable. Bam bam. So we have the eyes here. And now, here's where the show angle is. It's like a little bit more of a deeper slit this way. Good. Nice. And then here. Good. Nice. I think there is a good idea behind here, but I think it's going to be hard to accomplish it by simply pushing both styles together. Instead, I think this would be best accomplished by possibly going for a much darker purple like this. Because the black eyes is still not perfectly one-to-one with what's actually there in the show. But this is fine. This is most reasonable, I would say. Then from here, we're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of the big goat-like horns. I mean, I know they're dragon horns, but they're really goat-like. You can be so real. Actually, wait, no, that's where I'd have to scale down the fwench before drawing it. You know what I am going to do, though? I'm going to start merging down layers. I'm going to merge the face entirely down. I think that is reasonable at this point. I think we have the face pretty much where it needs to be. The question is the head. So, let's go ahead and make our little hair layer from here. Because this is still important that we're at least getting the hair down. Because for Frenchfry, they have a little bit of a hair piece. We just want to make sure we're kind of getting the full feel of it down. We are extending it past where it usually goes to be perfectly transparent, but I think this will just make the end drawing we do look that much more stylish. Alright, so from here, we'll connect this piece down. We're gonna eventually get rid of that connecting part, but we go over here, we get a quick color key. We fill in, wait. What layer is that on? Oh, it's on this layer. Oh, that's fine. Well, we're chilling then. Nice. I got worried that I put on the wrong layer. And it was a wrong layer, but this is a fine layer for it to be wrong on. Because it just kind of like, you know, gives them a little bit more of a furred design. A furred feel, if you will. And I like that. So, I think now we can condense that into the main head. That gets it across pretty good. Do we want to fur the body by any means? Because if there's any time to do it, now is the time. Vertify? I prefer Dotify? Wow. Crazy and true. And I think we can kind of like fur out the body a little bit more like this. We're gonna have to see whether or not this looks good. But it's a lot of... it should hopefully add a lot of dimension without being too distracting. And we'll just have to see. We're just circling it all the way down. You'll see that as it gets closer to the end of the body, it becomes a lot more scruffy and stuff. That is okay. That is okay. But this kind of jaggedness that we have should be pretty good. Alright. We're going to now fill all of this in. We're doing the same trick. We go to the main body, we go here, we fill this, we go here. Messed it up, we go here. There we go. And the only thing we want to do is we want to remember where exactly this circle is. So, you can see, you know, obviously this is cutting very deep into it. We want to make sure that this layer, which I really wish we could change the visibility of, but we can't, does not get overwhelmingly destroyed in terms of the belly that we have with Punchfire right now. Because this is just like an experimental piece, but if I were to like latch it down for any reason, then we do just lose what's underneath it. And keep in mind, it will be smoothened out, so it won't look as omega scruffy as it does right now. Just like most of the way. Okay, check that. Bring it out a little bit more. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Fill that in. Fill that in right here. And then we're gonna paint that just entirely. 19% is not gonna work. But we are going to need a lot of percent to make it work. Otherwise it just connects into everything. Alternatively, I just paint over it like the usual way, which is annoying, but it would work. So, let's go for it. You know what? Let's even just like kind of go over the line like this. There we go. Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. There we go. How do we feel about that? I like it. I think what we have is quite good there. There's only one thing I want to erase. First, I want to erase that. And then the rest of this stuff we're going to do is we're just going to change things up a little from here. Well, Echo thoughts that there is now a Dot and Bulbasaur badge you can get. What? No, there isn't. There are no Dot and badges across Twitch. If there's like Pokemon badges though, that's cool. But I'm not a Pokemon, so I don't know. I'm not a Bulbasaur. But for people who are fans of Bulbasaur, good for them. You know? Good for them. They can have their little Bulba badge. Or whatever it's called. And that's pretty cool. Alright. I'm gonna condense things like this. Go all around. Because I like the idea of having the scruffy fur. This Chicken Nugget has a very simple design. And the simple design is good, don't get me wrong. But I think we could go harder. I think we could go crazier with it. So we want that matted fur kind of feel. And I think we're really capturing it. That's not Bulbasaur, they're just a large green gecko. I'm not green! No! Alright. That looks really good! That looks really good! I like that! I like that a lot. Now we just gotta give them hands. Alright. Now, the hands are what I'm most worried about. I'm gonna be so real. I think the hands are gonna be a struggle. That is alright. Or are they fighting? They're not fighting anyone. They are. I'm basically going to be asking them for an autograph with this drawing. That'll be cool. You look large to me. No, I said that I'm not green. So I'm imagining that like their little arm is going to be out around here-ish. Probably should be a bit lower. Here-ish. Okay, and we're purposefully kind of scruffying it. Good. If they got hands, they can throw them. It's true. If they so wish. And you know what? What if we kind of like do it like a rubber hose hand? You know, like the hand kind of extends out further this way. And we're purposefully keeping a scruffy feel. Like, I'm kind of using mouse clicks for the hands. Guess I could kind of do like this though. We want it to feel just overwhelmingly kind of scruffed. And that's good. Hey, True Shot, what color is Dotton? Well. Not really sure what you're anticipating them to say, because can't they can't like one-for-one see colors. You know? So I'm not sure. Green? Wrong. Wrong. I apologize. I apologize, but that is incorrect. That is incorrect. I'm sorry. Alright. But now we're gonna do like their big kind of heckin' claws. Because their claws are like little crescent moons. The crescent moons. I'm imagining they're like kind of reaching out with the claws. Like this. Like it's like almost a proffer in a way. Then like probably like around here is the other claw. It's also reaching out. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The RGB code is green favored. Gecko says I'm wrong. It's true. Gecko says you're wrong. Also, the color code is technically green favored, but that doesn't mean I'm green. Because if I simply believe I am blue, why can't that be true? As a wise prophet once said. A prophet, me. Oh, I don't like how that sounded. Can I get a redo? Oh, that didn't sound right. It didn't sound right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm a blasphemer. This is so sad. This is so sad. Alright. Gecko's Inferno. Alright, I can't remember if Flinch Pie has like a circle palm on their paw, but I'd assume they would. So I'm gonna add it in. I'm gonna add it in where I think it would be. And if I'm wrong, then it should be right, because this is cuter. But I'm gonna go with that. So there's our first hand. Here's our first hand. Our second hand, honestly, we might just be able to copy this layer. It might be a little greedy of me to do so, but I want to see how it looks. Just, like, copy it. Honestly, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. The only thing we'd have to do is we'd obviously have to give this arm depth. Probably like build up the shoulder here as well, so it's not like out of nowhere. There we go. And just like that, the other arm is done. Instantaneous. Work smarter, not harder. You know? It's the type of stuff we're doing today. I don't think that stuff's connected though. We should fix that. There we go. Bam, bam. Grand slam. Oh, I'm slamming it. Love to see it. Now, granted, I have taken probably an entire hour on French fry alone and they're still not done. But you can't say that this isn't almost one-to-one everything we need to do. French fry enjoyer LARPer? Did I use the term right? If you were right, you would have. But I am not a LARPer in terms of French fry enjoying. Actually very up there. It's a heckin' French fry, yeah! Hello, Vanilla! Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Got their arms. Their grubby little arms. Their arm meat. But you don't know what they look like? What do you mean? I'm doing pretty well. Okay, what's wrong? What's wrong with this so far? I am purposefully giving them, like, a unique style to get, like, cool. Get why someone would see Dawn as blue if they think of green as an obnoxious, overly bright, even sharp color. You didn't know their palms, you said? I don't really imagine being caressed by French fry's claws in the dead of night. I must be honest, so might not be one for one with their claws. Wow. Over my face, I guess I should specify. There's no reason for me to specify, but whatever. Don, you invoked something? What did I possibly invoke? What did I possibly invoke with that? Please, be incredibly specific. Okay, we have their arms. We could do like a little arm tuft, like... Actually, no, we're gonna follow this for the most part. Good. Dawn invokes thick tail. More than just the tail. What? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Stop them at once. Stop them at once. Both paws have the thumb claw in the same hand. Yeah, no, you're so right. You're so right for that, actually. Gotta fix that. I like the idea of the legs being smooth compared to the scruffy body. So we're gonna go ahead and tie all of this down right here. And I'm gonna fill. I'm gonna quickly get rid of all of this that now exists. And we're gonna tie it into the main body. Let's see how that looks. I like this scruffiness. I don't think of French fry caressing me with their palms when I think of them at night. It's true. It's true. Yeah? It is a true statement. And I should keep saying it. Dottin' derp. I know what you're trying to insinuate, if that's what you're worried about. And that's fine, I can keep insinuating it. I'm chill with that. But I'm going to instead do is get stronger and more powerful. And keep in mind, I have to draw myself in this drawing too. It is an extremely simple drawing I'm spending 300 years on. Think I'm worried about that? Oh, I'm not worried about that. I don't think you're worried about that either. To be entirely clear. I just want to make it clear I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about going on the record with that. Do you know why? Because I'm chill and relaxed. And also, I have gone on the record with this before. There are 3 characters I have emotional reservations towards. I don't like how I said that. You get what I mean, though. And that is Lapras, Bowser, and French fry. The order changes constantly. Evolution of DahDoodles, 3 minutes, 6 minutes, 30 minutes, 2 hours. You're right. You are correct. Let's see, we're doing like low crescent moons, so want this claw to kind of be more like that, that. A little bit more of a scuffed one there. We could bring it closer. I do like it being a low split compared to the others. There we go. Love that. True! Look. No matter how true it is, it's because I genuinely have fun doing DahDoodles. Of certain concepts. Other concepts are a lot more miss-ish. But like, if a concept hits, I'm willing to spend so much time on it. I'm willing to spend so much time on it if it hits. Okay. But the thing is, it's gotta hit me. It's gotta be a big hit in my area, in my location. And by my location, I mean my head. Mind. My mind's eye. From the hit game Mind's Eye. Alright. That's better. That's a lot better. Oh! 3 toys! I'm sorry, I completely missed it. I am so locked in on the drawing. They're all over the floor. I'm accidentally stepping on them. Oh god. Oh please, not my Doritos. Please. I'm doing my best. I swear. I swear I am. Okay. Doing good. Look at that. We have fixed the mistake. I'm going crazy with it. Should I Gecko Thoughts the funny thing? Go for it. I like the funny thing. Also keep in mind, we do have this as a background color. Donate the tail? I don't think so. I don't think so. I didn't see it, so now I'm sad. Let's see. I'm sad forever. Stream canceled. Whoa! Thank you for the pets, yay! Hello, Surf! Welcome on in. You know what? I think I can condense them down. I think I have drawn I think I have drawn them as well as I physically could. I think I did so well here. I think I did so well. I think I did so awesome. I think I did so cool. Don's tail is so small they can't see it. That's wrong. That's wrong, and you should stop saying those things. I'm gonna merge down the main body with the arm. We're so good with it. Only thing I need to fix is this part of the tail, and then we're going to make Punch Pie a little smaller to fit in frame because we still need to draw their horns and stuff. So feeling good, but main body is down after literally an hour. I was so locked in on making sure this was perfect. What does the gecko think of when they think about French fry at night? I am not able to answer that because that is a violation of Twitch's TOS. Alright, so what we're instead going to do is we're going to make French pie smaller. Just a little. Unsmug, you knew exactly what I was going to say. You knew exactly what you were invoking with that. And I refuse to believe otherwise. Alright, so... that's you being beat. So that's you being mean. You're being a little mean with it. You're being a little mean with it. I forgot their stars! It's fine. It's fine. We recognized it before it was too late. That's the most important thing. Alright. Okay. So... you invoked it? Doesn't matter if I invoked it or not. I physically cannot answer that honestly. Because honesty is the best policy, but I have to go by Twitch's TOS as the next best policy. I like streaming. I like streaming. I can't say what I want to say right now. Otherwise, Twitch might not like me streaming. It's good things, I assure you. Just some people would say it's too good of things. There's always DMs. I'm not sure if you really want that message in your DMs. Anyhow. Okay. We're doing all the little stars that we can. That's the important part. Nope, Discord TOS, sorry. I'm not sure if... I don't think it's against Discord TOS. Don't think so. But, like, here's the thing. Twitch once had a heyday where they accidentally, unbanned a certain topic. And all of a sudden, art was the most popular category for roughly 30 hours before they quickly reversed it, realizing what they had done. You can assume what that was. The date was like December 26th. It was a second Christmas for most people. But they did eventually realize what they did. And I think now they're very scared about anything that may possibly invoke any terms similar to terms used on that day. Alright. But we are chilling. Okay. What we're instead going to do is... we got the stars on the tail. It doesn't matter if we don't do the star tail all the way through. Technically, we're already off model by doing so many of them. Now, they have, like, little goat/dragon horns. Keep in mind, they're also crescents. So... actually, no, they aren't crescents, but you know what? We're gonna go off model again for that. Because it's cooler that way. Nice. Wait, it's flipped the other way. That would have been a mistake. Oh no. Oh no. Well, and hello, Spida. It's the Gecko Goober from the fish world. Yeah, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well today. How are you doing? I'm personally chilling. I'm doing well. We are drawing prompts in MS Paint that were suggested throughout the month. This prompt is specifically Don asking FrenchFry for an autograph. FrenchFry is a character from the hit BuzzFeed series, Chicken Nugget. It is the sole reason why BuzzFeed is still remotely in pop culture. It is remote. It's not like a very popular series. But man, does it have good character designs, such as FrenchFry. I love Chicken Nugget. I'm not bad, thanks. Yay! But yeah, doing good. Getting strong with it. Alright. Okay, good, good. Alright. We're gonna just see how this connects. It's like a lot less thick of an outline than we initially did, but that might work in our favor, honestly. Alright, let's go ahead, go back down, go for this. Bam bam. Very nice. Very nice. Chicken Nugget has characters. I've been in so many of them. How many characters have I killed? It's alright. That's okay. Remember, it's always worth having a good snack over not having a good snack. Now, for some reason, this layer says that there's... oh, wait a second. I see what I did. Fix the thickness immediately. What do you mean? This is pretty good. This is pretty up there. Right? It's pretty up there. I mean, you know, I could do something like, I don't know. Give me a second. I could do something like... wom, but I don't feel like that's enough. This is good. This is good. There's a lot of fur, there's a lot of squish. I like it.
What do you mean? Why am I small? Am I small? It's accurate though. I disagree. Respectfully. Maybe. Maybe tiny baby. Not tiny, not baby. Disagreement. Disagreement is in the air. Want to know where Elsa is? in their hair. Because I'm not really sure if these horns work. Yeah, something about these don't feel right. I'll figure out what though. Wow. Do both. Do both. Insane first statement, but I respect it. I really do. Oh, you know what I should do?
Big Gecko should be allowed during the Tiny, but the Tiny not allowed during Big Gecko. It would be really difficult to make that work. I could try. Don, do me a favor, pick a number.
1 to 5.
Oh, I'm immense. Hello. I am beyond that numbers now. But I will do it nonetheless. 4. 4. What do you want? What's the plan? I'm scared. I know it's hard to hear it in my voice. I'm scared you should self-care yourself now. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and stretch. Alright, are you ready to stretch with me?
Whoa. Whoa. Gecko's 4 favorite moments. From Titanic, the legend goes on, the rapping dog was sick.
Realizing that a nothing character was supposed to be Cruella de Vil was also pretty funny. What else? I liked how... I liked the line, I knew you existed. That was funny. So that's 3. And, the 4th thing, I gotta think. I liked how the mouse almost died. You know which one. That was silly. What was that animation? Whoa. That's it. Anyways. Let's see. What should we do? No one's out there. 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 If not for you, I would
If not for you, I would already be in someone else's digestion.
That was an insane line.
line.
That was an insane line. Alright.
Let's see how this looks.
Okay, we got their little horns. Love that. But we need their big, low, floppy ears. I will battle round. That's your measurement laser. Incorrect. Wrong. Wrong. I do not swing that way. I'm gonna go ahead and condense down the body. Just a little. That should make it so that when we have the horns, they stand out a lot more. Don is being cast into the flesh pit. I'll have you know, I'm not the one being cast into the flesh pit. I'm casting one of my friends into it, as ritual sacrifice later today. You forgot their arm spikes? Did I? Oh, you know what? I see what you're talking about. You're talking about the little arm tufts. Yeah, you're right. You're right, actually. I'm a fraud. Let's go for it. Because, like, the thing is, I already had, like, the arm little tufts. But, like, it would be kind of, like, almost like this. To kind of, like, really connect it down. And then it would just be a little smoother on this angle. So, like, that's one arm tuft. The other arm tuft wouldn't really be seen, though. So, like, that's not a big deal. But we'll merge it. We'll merge it because that is technically something that should happen. Whoa. Don't want to do that. We can do that. This should be technically over the head. Like this. And then, as a result, actually we'll see the full horn on this side where it actually connects more like this. Very good. We'll fill all of that in. Fill this in as well. It's party time. French fry enjoyer LARPer. Okay, look, just because I like this section doesn't mean that I'm a LARPer, alright? The animator themselves forgets about them sometimes. True. True, actually. And we'll do this. Alright, so we basically have that section done. Now it's time for the ears. The big floppers, the big bappers. And for these bappers, what we could do is something like this. We first draw a baseline of sorts, because they're all going to kind of cone out this way. Like that. Bit heavier though. Because I'm imagining, like, you know, they're sparking up. So they're excited. I'm not sure what they're excited about, but they're excited. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Let's do the ear on the other side. Same general feel, though. But, obviously, since the angle's different, a little bit more kind of contained. We're still going to sketch it out as if we'll be able to see this ear in all of its contours, but realistically we won't be able to. That's fine. Alright. Okay. Let's try that. A bit more. Okay. Okay, that's pretty alright. That is pretty alright ear-wise. That's good. Like, if you took a silhouette of this creature, I think you could identify who they were. And that is really good for me. It makes me feel strong. I could make the ears more furred, kind of like how I did, you know, the other, stuff on the body for the mane, but I feel like this is fine. We're just gonna kind of sketch in a smooth feel here rather than fully connect it, because realistically we're not going to see any of this on this side, and that is fine. One thing I should do though is make sure that this line does kind of persist mostly, like that, because we're gonna have to do the same thing on this side, make sure that this ear is all the way down. Yeah, so it's condensed fully. Condensation. Condense station, even. Alright. And here, the ear is why we never bothered to scruffy up the head on the back, because it was gonna all get covered up anyways. Alright, nice. So we got all of that. Now, how am I going to do the actual ears? Because I know that the way the show does them would be something like, what? Like that, and then the rest of it is pure white? But can I do better? Probably not. Probably not. But what if? Let's do that. Alright. I like that. It's pretty good. It's a little greedy of me to do this on the other layer. In fact, it's kind of actively stupid of me too. But that is fine. Because This slaps. We're gonna fill that in here. Nice. I think we will always have this part of the ear since it's an active fold, visible like this. So, don't want to go too crazy on trying to lower that, but we probably see this a lot more as a result because of the angle. So we're gonna fill that in as well. And then from here, since we're looking at the side of the ear, I would wager there is a fair chance that first off, I'm gonna test something here. Something that I otherwise usually wouldn't test, but I want to see whether or not it works. What if we bring down the value of this and bring up the saturation? So we do 20 and then we do like 90. And then we bring it up by like 30. Okay, we're basically at the other value. So, not a good idea. What I'm trying to do is seeing if I can make the fur just like a little darker. Like, not too noticeably. Yeah, it's gonna be super noticeable, no matter what we do, because of the saturation change. But if I go like further like that, like, you know, we lose a lot of the depth. You know what? We're just gonna do pure white. 5 saturation. So not pure white, but close enough. And that will be over... Don's a live-action roleplayer of, French Fry. You know what? It's true. It's true. I'm sorry I had to find out this way. I'm sorry that the deep, character integration has been spoiled for you. But it's important that you know. Alright, let's look at that. It's true, I'm actually French Fry's voice actor. Totally. Absolutely. 100% true. I'm not a liar. I'm not a liar who lies. I'm a truth teller that tells truths. Alright. There we go. We're locked in. Hey, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Oh, I'm excited! Oh, that looks so good! That looks so good! Alright. There's one thing I want to do, though. The eyes are not red enough. We need their eyes to be slightly more bloodshot. Just a little. Just a little. Like, that's too much. That's too much. Actually? It's pretty good. Alright. And we change this by 40 as well. That's 50. No, those eyes were definitely changed too much. Let's do 20. The person who voiced French Fry voiced Curtis, the seamster. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to find out this way. They were the DM of your D&D campaign, and they never once voiced a dragon in it. Otherwise, you would have known. Totally. It would have been me. It would have been me voicing that dragon. You would have known from then that I was like Christina V or whoever it is. Guaranteed by law. Alright, let's go ahead and condense all this down. Just keep in mind, this is still not the full drawing. But we are so close now. The French took us almost 2 hours. You can see voice a less thick French Fry. My canon is done. Did it after the thickness nerf the French Fry. You know what? You reminded me of something just now that I didn't think about. But we could do still. Is two people have been like, you didn't draw them thick enough. And you might be right. You might be right. Yeah? So I'm going to look for something real quick, okay? I'm gonna look for something real quick. Alright. Just give me a sec. Give me a solid sec. As it were. Bow bow. Bow 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 bow. Bow 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 bow. Bow 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 bow. Bow bow bow. Bow 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 bow. Alright. I have noticed a slight mistake we have made, actually. And you are correct. You are correct in that of the leg, there's technically not enough leg. And I apologize profusely. You think we were wrong? I didn't think you were wrong. I just thought it was on model. It was actually not on model. By a fair bit. There's more. There's a lot more. Now where the leg seam is, I'm gonna say that was right. But there's technically a little more. You are a LARPer. I am not a LARPer. I'm not. I was simply incorrect looking at a specific pose done by the Fwench. But we are now tying it all in, all at once. Around here. Please don't bully Gecko. No, it's fine. I'm chill. I'm relaxed. All they wanted was to love Fwench by eat bug snacks and call themselves blue. All geckos want to do nowadays is love Fwench fry, eat bug snacks, and lie. Call themselves blue. But it's fine. You know what? You're so right for that. You should continue saying it. Everyone should hear what you say. Don wants those chocolate raspberry legs. Unironically, I really, like, if I was in the Bugsnax universe, if anyone told me that you could replace like broken limbs with Bugsnax limbs to get your limbs back in like 48 hours, it would be like a genuine danger for me, okay? It would be a genuine bona fide danger. I would not survive Snacktooth Island. I would be really happy and gorging on Snacktooth Island. It would be like a forever Ouroboros of Naughton with their significantly never-ending tail, full of raspies. Can Bugsnax give you a brain? I need one of those. I'm just imagining this scarecrow from Wizard of Oz being like, if I had a brain, and then eyeing, like, a cheap poof at the corner. Alright. Let's bring all this down. Good. We're getting closer. Swapping to mouse. Actually, no, I don't need to. We're fine. They do look significantly wider. And we aren't even done with the legs yet. Hopefully this isn't too much. Dot and Smug? Okay, look. Look. Oh, I messed up. Messed up on how I wanted to, merge that down. There we go. Like, here, this is what we had before, this is what we have after. Like, that's pretty significant. It's pretty significant. Alright. Next DahDoodle is Bugsnax World done. Please do not do that. I will not be able to finish that in 4 hours. It will be impossible. Dot and Smug? What do you mean Dot and Smug? What do you mean Dot and Smug to that? What if you smugged to that, huh? What if it was you all along? Was the smugster? That's like the plot twist of the stream. Pat that tummy. True. True, actually. Alright. Now we're going to get their big galactic legs fully filled in. That will show you how much wider they have truly become because of me. Actually, wait a second. Wait a second, let me do something real quick. Let me copy this. I'm gonna back out a ton and add this as an additional layer. We're just going to kind of retrofit in where it makes sense. Just like around here-ish. Yeah. Up further. Out further to the side as a result. Because I wanna really like hammer something down here. A little bit more to the side. I am now hammered to the side. That is fine by me. Alright. Thick and Redeem has been utilized on this day. Trying to see where exactly this would connect. It's possible I did this too high up. I think so. There we go. That should be a lot better. That should feel a lot closer. Dot and derp? What do you mean dot and derp? What do you mean dot and derp? Dot as well? Look, I'm probably never going to get an emote like that. That's a little much. But you have hauling. And hauling is a universal constant in this world. Okay. Okay. Good? Then we're just gonna kind of bring this around. Now, hopefully the leg placement doesn't have to change. Should also probably do their claws. But good news is, so this is what we added with just that leg segment alone, which is pretty significant. We're gonna go ahead and merge all this down. This is where we were before. This is where we are after. This is where we were before. This is where we are after. Okay? Hey, that's a lot. That's pretty significant. That's pretty significant, okay? So, I feel pretty good about that. I have once again achieved character synchronization. I guess that too. Is the refund worthy if the gecko thoughts can't be answered because of TOS? No. It is not refund worthy. I'm sorry. Because you basically receive your answer in me saying that. You have received your answer. You know exactly what it is I would say, more likely than not. I'm gonna save the template. Just future asking? That's fair. Gonna move... we don't want to move it down. Wait, hold on. Let's move that down again. We can see the scale of how much we push things. Got the little chunkers, the chubbers. And it's great. Don't know exactly. Alright. I do have ideas. Now, the question is, how tall are the chicken nugget characters? I've always imagined them at like 3 foot-ish, you know? Always imagined them as like the size of 2 particularly large beach balls. Size almost as big as their head. That's kind of like life goals though. Let me see. What do we want to do here? Because we got the flinch down. The flinch is saved. The flinch is surviving. No matter what happens, and I have saved, do not worry, it cannot be overwritten. But let's do like Don's little book, just kind of facing out this way. Scrapbook. Alright. So I'm imagining this is like a character meet and greet kind of situation. So, we're gonna do this. Don's book will be, of course, blue. Is everything that is me is blue. It is so true. Don noted? What do you mean? What do you mean Don noted? Okay. That seems pretty reasonable. Only thing I might want to do is, like, since it's like a scrapbook thing, it would be like a souvenir in of itself. So it's almost like a placard in a way. If I'm remembering how souvenir books work, like, they have the big heckin' outline, like this, on the sides. And it's almost as big as their head is like life goals, honestly. Yeah. I'll stand by that. I said that. And like, that sounds like something I would say, so I'm not against that. Okay. It is very unlikely that the other DahDoodles today will be as long as these first 2 are. Be so real. Let's see. I'm also getting like hungry. That is fine. For we will be strong. You know what? How about we do like a really light variant of this for the pages? Is that's like kind of on brand. All right. Good. Good, good. Love that. Alright, so we have the book. Book is made. Book is made. Book exists. In this world. I think what we could do is we could increase the size of the book. I think that would be fine. Just bring it a lot closer. I don't like how non-white the pages are, though. We're gonna fix that. Oh! That's pretty reasonable. That's pretty reasonable right there. Alright, good. Just gonna kind of fill in some of the blots on the side. Good. Alright, so the book is there. But you might notice there's still something that isn't there. Give them the grimoire. They're just saying dying on fire. I don't think so. Sorry. We could probably move the book a bit closer to their hands like this. Well, the thing is, the book's going to be in my hands. Grimoire does electric damage. Well, yeah, but you can mod it for, like, fire, radiation, and hell. But yeah. What if it's a really big gecko with the fwench? And I cop out by drawing my massive, I don't know, like... Those are my legs. Those are my legs right there. You just used it Monday, you should know this. That is true. That is true, I should know that. Gotta think about this. How do I... Man, I did so well with drawing with French fry that now I'm scared that because I'm not going to focus on myself for as long, it's going to be such a weird dichotomy thing. Let's get accurate done for this.
Disgusting. Disgusting, but I'm gonna keep it real with you all, okay? I'm gonna keep it real with you all. Here, let me just go, oh wait, hold on, thanks bro. This would fix me. This right here, this would fix me, alright? I'm just saying, I'm just saying, this right here, yes sir, this would fix me. I'm not gonna lie. This right here, this would fix me. Yeah, I'm gonna keep on saying it. This would fix me. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100% of the time.
Absolutely. But yeah, I don't know. I think it would break you. That's the point. Anyways, fluff. We're just throwing bones at this point. Okay, look! My chat has been tempting. Has been like, oh, dying, ooh, you're trying to fetch, ooh, for like the last hour and a half, okay? Because I really wanted to make sure this was good. It was important. It was important that I give you all something. Homestar. Anyways, this would fix me. Let's go ahead and draw this now. Let's go ahead. What I'm imagining is I'm gonna do Dalton's leg like this. What's cool is that I can clip this easier now that it's streaming on YouTube. God! Ah! You're so right. I hope no one's in. I hope I hope that one day I will learn the consequences of my actions without having to experience them first. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Do not dot and sit me! I see you. I see what you're doing. Alright. Okay. And we'll do this. And then we will do this into this. But no, you can watch back the entire stream VOD on YouTube whenever you want, okay? And you can see how bad my chat has been. Just because there's a little flinch on the screen. But that's okay, I forgive you all. I forgive you all, because I understand your excitement. You know? I do. I can't pretend I don't. It's the flinch. The flinchest of the flies. And that is okay. Alright. We're gonna test out this leg. Because keep in mind, a lot of this leg is going to be purposefully blocked by the other leg. That is fine. But it's important that we kind of have, like, a stance forward. Ooh, wait, hold on, that's too forward. Stance is too forward. Never mind. Ignore what I said. I'm silly with it. If we do, like, this, we're fine. Based on how the, like, toes themselves are facing, but otherwise it's kind of rough. That said, there's one thing I am good at is making quick decisions and quick solutions. So, I'm gonna do this. Don't worry, I clipped this would fix Dotton. No comment. No comment. No comment. This doesn't count as comment, by the way. You know, that's why there's none. Okay. From here, though...
Nice hat. Where's the short little bus?
Oh, man. I just like my hat. The amazing digital footprint. It's true. That's literally what I'm building with this entire stream. Gecko comments on my clip I just made. I can't see it. So what if he did make the clip, huh? What if this is all a ruse? What if this is all a ruse to get me to apologize for things that... it's in the chat now. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna watch it. All I'm gonna say is thank you for clipping. Thank you for clipping. Clipping is cool. Alright. I also see that Zio has reposted me messing up the words. Vu, Zella. I got it this time. Absolutely 100%. 100%. So, I think I can copy, like, just the foot, and that's it from this. Like, everything else has to be custom. Based on how it's facing. Oh, actually, no, I can't even do that. I gotta do this. And now we bring the rest in from there. Okay. I am a mod, I can beat you on that one. That is very true, and now I am sad. True. So we'll do this leg kind of facing this way. Keep in mind, it's like up by like a pixel accidentally, so we're gonna do it like this. Because that'll like kind of give us a little bit more range how we're facing. Okay. Like that. That's pretty good. Nice. Okay, and now it's time for other leg. Which I'm imagining this is still kind of facing forward a decent bit. So it'll be kind of like that. And then, you know, just a slightly heavier backswing this way. Like here. Like here. That's the edge of the drawing tablet because it's scuffed. That's way too much. There we go. That should be pretty alright. Should be pretty alright there. Because that, like, covers a lot of the general space stuff would have to be. And now imagine that from here, we would need to have, of course, our sweater. So, let's go ahead and get that sweater out. boing. I like the little boing at the end of that. And like, based on how it's going, I'd imagine that the sweater is kind of almost like this angle, you know? That feels about right. The arm is going to be noticeable, so we have to do something then like this for that stuff. Look at the distance that we have. Very good. Nice. I do like how French Pie does straight up look like a mascot costume in reference to me. That's a really good touch. Completely accidental. It feels right. Okay. Solid. The back of the sweater's not far enough. That's our issue. Should actually be like further like this. Which also means that actually cascades down more like that. Oh, would it? Oh, wait. Hold on, I see. It just means that where the sweater is compared to everything else just isn't balanced. We actually move it down further like that, and we're fine. And then, like, we can say that, like, this is kind of like a little bit of a extra kind of, not like a seam by any means, but, you know, it's there. But that'll cover, like, the tail and all of that, so that's really nice. Good. Bum bum bum. Okay. And then from here, I am quickly realizing the issue with making the book also periwinkle. Yahoo. You know what? Let's do kind of like sweater. Let's do the little sweater. Reach out. Big seam here. Doesn't really even matter like how I'm gonna do the foreshortening in a second. So as long as there's a seam, we can make it work. Alright, nice. Let's move the book out of the way for a second. Just like that. Good. And then we're gonna focus on the rest of the sweater highlight, because I'm imagining is the sweater keeps on kind of going up, and then we have the big U cut out, like this. Probably a little bit larger. Like that. Alright. Then, like, because the other clavicle's going to be, like, circling around here, actually be kind of more, would be a much heavier tilt. Like, like, for this, I would kind of be leaning down, even. Just a little to give it. Which is fine. We're actually going to continue that like this. When is the best time to send food from Treat Stream to interrupt your collab stream? Unironically, the best time to send food for Treat Stream would be, like... Let's see. Let's say it arrives 30 minutes after you order it, which is very unlikely. But, like, you know, just as a number. It would probably take, like, significantly more time from that. The moment I go off stream, this is a collab I am unfortunately not able to co-stream. So as a result, the moment I go offline, technically, and raid into the collab, Treat Stream closes. So the best time would be... This is me being forced to answer honestly, because trust me, I really don't want to. It would probably be between 8:15 to or 7:50 p.m. EST. This is me guessing. I don't know how fast it would get here. You know? So, it's a question. It's a big question, because keep in mind, we're going an extra hour today before raiding into our collab for Mystery Flesh Pit. I'm basically doing like 8 hours of stream. Alright. This seems pretty alright. We do have big sweater arms. If we go that way though, which I'm not a big fan of. I like my sweater being a lot more form-fitting. Which I know is like the opposite of what a sweater should be, but for the Gek, it just feels right. Like, they're wearing clothes made for like a 2 foot creature. But it's the only thing that fits on their abnormally small torso compared to their chunkster legs. So it works out. Okay. So, we got the sweater down. In fact, I would go so far as to fill in the sweater right now. I'm confident. I am confidence itself. Thick Dotton, that's good. Skinny Dotton, that's bad. I think skinny torso Dotton is good. I like that Dotton, because that Dotton's me! Let's see. I can make Dotton skinny. Please do not slender me. Please do not slender me. Please, God. Please, no, it hurts. Not thin. I don't want to be the thin. I want to live. DahZempic. No one forced me to say DahZempic, by the way. I just kind of did that. Out of the kindness of my heart. You will live as a twig stick? Why? Why? Twig sticks are like what Umbi enjoys, or whatever. You know? In terms of like foods, because apparently Twiggy sticks are like sausage sticks or whatever. I don't know. I actually do not know. They might just be puppy treats. But imagine top heavy Dotton. You can't. It cannot be done. What would top heavy Dotton look like? Like I'm scared. That would be Bara Dotton. It would be Bara Dotton, and I'm not. I hate Bara. I hate Bara stuff. I don't think it looks good. I'm sorry to everyone who likes Bara. It's a personal preference. I swear. It's not like a personal judgment. But still, I can't imagine myself as that. Like, where do I even start? All right. Let's see. Top heavy like muscle or okay, so I must now ask the question to you, chat. But first I will think very carefully about how to phrase this question, so I cannot be taken out of context. Alright. I am NB, right? So, like, every now and then, you know, I have my moments where, like...
Why am I sliding? No! Please! No! It made me small. Anyways. It made me wide. I'm a tennis ball. Anyways. One of the things I'm considering right now is, you know, I'm NB, so every now and then, I have my moments where I kind of would prefer, maybe, more female presenting, more male presenting, and as a result, you know, I like, you know, the androgynous lean. It's like a mix between NB and gender fluid. I still don't know where precisely I am on that entire scale, but the important question is, what would a female Dotton look like? Would it just look like me? I'd assume it would just look like me. But if it did
look like me, and it looked more like, you know, female me, what would that be? Would it be like a kobold situation? Or would it not be? I guess. On that scale, you're heckin' cute. Aw, thank you, Tensio. Wow. I appreciate it. Wowie. I've never really thought of it before, you know? You're influencing my thoughts through Gecko thoughts. That's insane. Alright, so like that's close enough to our sweater. It's pretty close. So imagining that I am actively reaching out to the Fwench. Let's do something more like here, because that's where the hand is. Here, would female Dawn be flat? Oh no, that's not what I'm asking. Oh, and no. Imagine I'm like slapping your hand just before it touches the stove. It's dangerous. That is not the question. Because that would never happen. Sounds like a yes? No. Absolutely not. The question is whether or not, like, female Dawn would have more muscle. In terms of raw brawn and strength. Would female Dawn possibly be Bara Dawn? These are the dangerous questions. I regret asking immediately. But, like, I'm pretty sure female geckos are just a lot stronger than male geckos. Not that it really matters because they're geckos still, but, like... like, I think when it comes to, like, hunting and stuff, I think female geckos are technically better at it from a strictly strength-based perspective. Would female Dawn be Bara Dawn? It's true. These are real questions that real geckos ask. Trying to imagine how this hand would look. Let's do like a big kind of finger here. Because I'm imagining it's kind of like a layered thing. From like passing the thing over. And then like a thumb on the side, like here. Let's see how that looks. And go ahead, separate it from the rest of the hand section, because the hand section is kind of struggling right now. It's also not on a separate layer from the sweater, which is a really bad move by me, but that's okay. Rule 63 dying. Oh yeah, I forgot. Rule 63 is a thing. I genuinely forgot that was a term. It would be much different because geckos are not very sexually dimorphic. Ah, that's fair. We could ask Dotton to make the attempt to doodle her. That's true. That's unfortunately something I have opened under the Pandora's box, I suppose. I don't know how that would look, though. Because I'm not, like, you know, really setting up any sort of, like, crazy angle here. Maybe it would be, like, Dotton under, like, a different, scale tone. I'm making a mental note for later, to be honest. What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm scared. Let's see. No, I've noticed I'm saying I'm NB a lot more. I hope it's not, like, too annoying. I'm chill. Relaxed. Let's go with this. I need both a feminine and masculine Dotton. Now, you don't need a masculine Dotton. I can tell you that. You don't need a masculine Dotton. Ever. Ever. But, feminine Dotton, maybe. Who knows? Look, all I'm saying is, while I don't necessarily think I could, like, pull off, like, a dress IRL by any means, I would love to. Oh, that sounds sick. Sounds cool. Imagine being, like, you know, strong with it. Flowing through the wind. Brass in your hands. I don't think masculine Dotton's possible, prove me wrong. Nah, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this, actually. I am chilling. I'm actually chilling listening to this. Alright, only thing is, we want to make sure that the hands are hands. Like this. Blop, blop. It connects down here. the rest of the palm is... My potential Sona can collide them. I think no matter what would happen... Wait, your potential Sona can collide them. What do you mean by collide? Can you be specific, please? Just so I understand precisely the ramifications you are discussing. Slam them both into each other. That sounds very painful for both of us. Owie. Ow. 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 Why are you slamming us? I'm scared. Let's see. Fill in here. Then you both exist. That's true. I think just how I am right now would be the end result. If you had to slam a masculine Daten and a feminine Daten into each other. I think it would just be me. I think I would be all that remains, which makes sense because technically I'm already what remains. It's just like two different sides of the same coin, you know? And I like coins. I enjoy coins. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna greed out the other hand placement right here, simply because I know I can. Because this hand will be completely covered by book, more likely than not. Thoughts on Super Animal Royale having a 6-7 emote with sound effects and it costs 767 tickets. You know what? Good for them. If that makes it so they have the funding to add Super Geckos, I will accept this as a circumstance. And that will be fine. If they ever add Super Geckos and it's simply because they had to add the 6-7 emote to get the funding for it, I will accept this monkey's paw. And that is fine. That is fine by me. I have very thin wrists. Alright. There we go. That's a little better. Nice, nice. Good. I wonder how many people hate that edition. There's a lot of people who hate the 6-7 thing. But the thing is, 6-7 is probably the easiest hand motion to animate in the known universe related to a meme. So I do not fault Overwatch for like the first month after 6-7 became a trend. They added a 6-7 emote to their character who was like perfectly named Soldier 76. And that's how I learned about 6-7 as a meme. I'm not even gonna lie. I saw like a clip of it and people laughing and I'm like, what's the joke? He's messing up his name? What's going on? Then I found out it was like a meme trend that high schoolers were doing. And I'm like, you know, COVID set them back a good bit. Give them time. We gave them time. I've now accepted this is going to be a way of life. But yeah, it's just the Wang scale hand motion. Exactly. It's like, it's pretty easy to do. Alright. We're gonna do that. I hope that wasn't too mean what I said about the high schoolers. But, like, that was genuinely my reaction at the time, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, you know, maybe they need to see what a good meme is first. And it's still a bad meme, you know, to this day. Looks like you're doing it now in the drawing. I'm holding a book. I am holding a book in this drawing, I'll have you know. Like, I don't have hatred over 6-7 as a meme. I do not think that is healthy to do. Like, I have people who will be like, man, I only have, oh no, I only have 2 quarters and a dime and 2 pennies that are needed to make up my dinner receipt. I'm going to flee without paying. Like, that's how much they hate 6-7 now. I'm like, you know, it's not that. What? Oh no, 2 seconds of hand motions. This is so sad. 62 cents? No, Yes. Add a nickel, add a nickel, add a nickel. Shut up. Shut up. I misspoke. I misstated. It's been happening way too frequently. I'm actually getting kind of concerned for myself. But that is fine. That is fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I meant to say a nickel, and I didn't. See, this is why I could never be on, like, a debate stage. I used to be in the debate club, and it was a ton of people who were, like, excruciatingly annoying in high school, so I stopped going to the debate club. And why instead did was I went to theater. But now and then, I say something like this, and I'm like, you know what, maybe the debate club would have been a good idea for me. Because I wouldn't be constantly misstating stupid stuff. Why did you go to a debate club? I was bored and needed an extracurricular in high school, okay? My high school had, like, extracurricular slots built into its schedule. For, like, freshmen, specifically. Because they wanted to encourage people to do non-sports, extracurriculars. Which, honestly, kind of cool. Kind of really cool. But... Oh, hold on. Wait a second. That's leg. Where's this? What's that connect to? That connects to nothing. Delete that. This is leg. This is leg. I'm gonna connect both legs. It said connect both legs. I got an extracurricular slot right here! So true. Imagine me just slapping the tail like the car salesman meme, which is a good meme, unlike 6-7. Gonna go ahead and fill this in. I will say, the one good thing 6-7 is at is people doing it and people getting really angry at people doing it. That's always funny. Slaps tail. This tail can make so many burgers. I mean, that's probably true. But, like, it shouldn't. Because that would hurt me a lot. Physically. Alright. Meanwhile, we're gonna go ahead and actually condense this down a fair bit. Let's do, like, right here. As the split for the leg. Good. Slaps tail, gecko wobble. So true! Burgers, can the tail hold a spatula? I'm sure if you, like, pushed a spatula into the tail grooves, it would hold it just fine. It would hold it just fine. Firmly grasp it. Please not firmly grasp the tail. Actually, you could. It probably won't hurt, now that I'm thinking about it. Who am I to derive the joy of firmly grasping gecko tail from people? Quite honestly. Got it? Wow. I'm so done with 6-7, you have no idea. I feel that. I think is a bad meme now. I mean, it looped around to being an okay meme simply because of people's anger at 6-7, but now I think it's just bad again. And I think most people are like, let's move on. And I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. There was a brief renaissance period in which 6-7 actually was a good meme. But it was very brief. And it was like 3 months ago. And now there's nothing. Now there's nothing. It's just draining again. Exactly. Exactly. Just like, oh man. It's like if someone constantly repeated the same knock-knock joke. Or alternatively, every single time they got coffee in the morning at a, at their, like, water cooler kind of work situation, they said, you know, I get coffee in the morning. Because if I don't get coffee in the morning, I don't give EFOC, which is coffee backwards. But they say it in that exact delivery. And, like, it's such a stupid joke that you might, like, chuckle once at it, maybe. But you will probably start laughing at it whenever they're like, which is funny. Because coffee backwards is EFOC. That's why I don't give when I don't have coffee. And always. I preferred it to Skibidi Toilet. I preferred Skibidi Toilet, I'm not gonna lie. I preferred Skibidi Toilet to 6-7. It's not like saying a ton, but like, Skibidi Toilet was at least like a product someone made. A product to be heavily, harshly judged. But like, I watched Skibidi Toilet, mostly because one of my friends was like, hey, Don, there's Skibidi lore, and I'm like, what the hell do you mean there's Skibidi lore? And I watched it, and there is Skibidi Toilet lore. And, you know, don't get the appeal behind it. I can't lie. It was something. It was something of remote substance, which is more than I can say for, what is it? For 6-7. Here, let me go ahead. Actually going to fill in the hat back first. Which is a little bit of a weird decision. But I think it's actually going to help us place where this is supposed to be down really easy. Alright. Just tilt it a little. Good. That should help us with placing the head quite significantly. Alright. I think that's why I hated Skibidi Toilet, because it was merchandised to hell and back. You know, that's fair. At least with 6-7, it was mostly kids saying it to be annoying. Skibidi was absolutely inescapable. You know, that is a very fair way to look at it. That is very reasonable, must say. Trying to, like, sketch out my skull real quick, so I apologize if I'm a little silent. I'm locked in. Okay. Just realized I'm drawing my head really small. No! It's fine. It's because we didn't make the hat big enough. I say that even though we began drawing the hat after the skull, but I'm looking for my scapegoats. Alright, so realistically, with this hat placement, it's a little too far forward. It needs to be brought further back, but more importantly, it needs to be brought a little bit to the side as well. That should work pretty decent. Like, right there. It became any bigger than it had any right to be, and now it's in Fortnite. Look, I do not fault Skibidi Man for putting his creations in Fortnite. Should they have known better? Honestly, that was before Fortnite became absolutely terrible, if I remember right. So, like, good for him. But, like, you know, I think I had this discussion back when I was playing Warframe, since someone mentioned Excalibur being in Fortnite. I do not blame individuals for putting their skins in Fortnite. I think companies should know better. And Epic Games is terrible. And Digital Extremes definitely lost some points in my book for playing Excalibur in Fortnite. I can't really blame them because, you know, they were a sister studio of Epic Games. They split off. If Digital Extremes didn't split off, there's a good chance that they would have just been merged into the main Epic Games branch to work on, like, Save the World or whatever. Which is really funny to think about. Like, there is a universe out there where Digital Extremes launched Warframe, didn't see an immediate profit, returned to Epic Games as a sub-company at the beginning of Fortnite's development, and is like its Save the World branch. There is a dark timeline out there where that might have just been the case. Let's see. But yeah, I do blame companies for continuing to work with Fortnite, and while I wouldn't say it's enough to boycott those companies in my taste, I totally understand why some will. But yeah, I do think playing Fortnite is kind of like a big red flag at this moment. I was there at the announcement, and the crowd was legitimately jeering. The Twitch and Discord erupted into boos. Yeah, I watched it live. I saw that, and I was like, okay, whatever. I mean, I think that was my exact reaction. But yeah, people were very rightfully upset. I think I even predicted, like, at the announcement that they were going to waste Ben's star on, like, something stupid, and I was right. I was like, they're bringing this in as a thing to be like Rebecca Ford was going to announce this, which means that it's probably not going to be the big main thing, because she wouldn't announce that as her first thing. And yeah. You said a few days before they would probably add Excalibur to Fortnite. I saw it in the stars, alright? I genuinely saw it in the stars. They probably... And now that we know what Fortnite is doing this season, they probably wanted to do it this season. But Warframe was like, we do have our little event. Can we just do that then instead? Smile. And with that, Digital Extremes probably burned the last drop of goodwill they had with Epic Games. But yeah, they definitely lost some respect points for that. I'm sure that Tencent held D at gunpoint for this. Probably. Yeah. Like, I'd imagine it's both that and the fact that Epic Games was the sister studio. So, like, they were hoping maybe that Warframe would have, like, some sort of bonus for being on Epic Games Store or whatever that they could, like, merge into. And then that never happened. But yeah. Tencent are the ones pulling the strings. They own Epic Games. Yeah. It's true. I mean, Tencent also has a fair stake in, what is it, Digital Extremes, so... Like, it could be, like, you know, a partial thing that way, just being like, hey, we want our studios to work together. You play along now. But yeah. Somewhere in a separate dimension, people are playing Save the World and remembering Battle Royale. Unironically, Epic Games would probably have a much better reputation if so, because they wouldn't be the most money-hungry things in known existence. They would just be up there. They would just be significantly up there. Tim Sweeney is a hypocrite. Oh, totally, yeah. Oh no question about me and, like, Tim Sweeney and all that. Nah, he is awful. He is awful for everything he touches. Because everything he touches, it's not that it turns into something bad, it's just already bad. It is pretty impressive. But yeah. I wished for this timeline for someone I know. Aw. Yeah. Let's see. What happened to Tim Sweeney? He used to be a good guy in the Unreal ID commercial war. That is true. It's true. I unironically think that the moment that Epic Games went from video game publisher / creator to the video game publisher, like, that's when everything started going downhill, because then you had to set your sights on Steam. And the best way to set your sights on Steam, especially since it is a legal monopoly, which I do think Steam is a monopoly. I think that is so abundantly clear. The only thing that stops them from being legislated is no one is complaining. I think it's pretty clear that Steam has such a massive stake over video game publishing that you could consider them having their own like store for stuff, monopoly and stuff. But people are complaining. People complain for like a day whenever Steam does something locally to them, and then they stop complaining. But that's like genuinely not enough to convince, like, you know, government entities to get involved. I'm gonna be so real. That has to be a constant fight for it. But yeah, there are even a few lawsuits. That's true. That is true. But like, until those lawsuits amount to anything, you know. And lawsuits do usually, for like stuff like that, focusing on major companies, a lot of it is just kind of focused on what would most people want out of this. Would they prefer the stability of the platform, or would they prefer data privacy? You know? It's typically how suits like that go. But Steam is a good monopoly because it's a private company, not public, and they know how to do things right. It's true. It is true. By all technicalities, it's not actively harming their users. Actively. There are some things that passively harm consumers in the creation of a monopoly, because a monopoly itself is just bad, but like, I can't say that it's not a situation where it's like Rockefeller and like everything Rockefeller ever touched. But yeah. Alright. They actually went against New York for data collection, right? They did. They did. Steam absolutely did that. And like that's part of like the really good thing that keeps them in good graces, because people will always complain about a company explicitly not like that has the appearance of not caring for them. Right? And I'm not saying appearance as in most companies actually do care about people. No, it's just most of them are mask off about not caring. I don't think Steam cares either. I just think that they have a really good PR team and aren't actively trying to stifle people because they're listening to their PR team. But yeah, other companies can start up a service to compete with them tomorrow. Steam isn't stopping them. That's true. You know what? That is fair. Every other storefront sucks as a monopoly. Okay, GOG Games doesn't suck. The issue is, once again, that Steam, in having so much stuff tied to the Steam ecosystem, like, I could see a genuine argument for it being a monopoly. I don't think that's, like, you know, a crazy thing to say. Steam plays the slow waiting game knowing that the rest will fall apart. They play fair. It's true. I'm not saying that Steam needs to be dissolved. I'm just saying, it's very fair to call them a monopoly. But yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Actually going to go ahead and replace it with this. I got Croc there. Wow. But yeah, I do try to buy things from GOG Games at times. Like, a lot of the games I play, I do just buy from Steam straight up because it's easy to have everything in one place. And once again, if the consumer finds it easy, that doesn't automatically equate it to being a monopoly. My issue is, like, from how I would look at it, if I was forced to make a legislative decision and this specifically was brought to my attention, I'd be like, you have a point. It's the idea that you do have a Steam trading marketplace that is explicitly connected to games that you can basically barter and trade on. I think that would be a very, very realistic argument you can make of this being, okay, well, you're more than a game store then. Which also means that if you're the default game store and you're doing like a full-on merchandising avenue, you might want to look into that. Not like a full-on instant dissolution, just like, you might want to look into how those rates actually work. Steam makes you do tax stuff if you make enough on that. That is true. That is true. But like, I don't know. I do genuinely think that the reason that they probably won't do trading for Deadlock is simply because people would like pay attention to that. Like, 2012's was different. 2012's was very different when it came to like how people viewed online transactions. But like loot boxes plus a trading website for it built into the platform the company owns. Like I think there is a good argument there. Now, if you're Canadian, especially in Quebec, you don't have to deal with the IRS. That is true. If you live somewhere that the IRS, you know, doesn't actively monitor, yes, you are fine. Genuinely not trying to dick ride the Steam, but the argument is shit. I mean, I'm curious. I'm interested to hear how. I'm chill. The bad thing, one major complaint, the region lock transactions. Yeah. I don't think you would be able to make an argument of Steam being a monopoly because of that, you know? Like, I'm chill. I really do think it's just the trading marketplace being, like, built into the world's most popular gaming platform. That people could be like, there's a lot of stuff Steam's doing. Well, it might not be actively stifling competition, it could hurt a good bit. It could hurt competition existing. Prices can go up based on currency volume, not down? Yeah. Calling out Xbox for that one, I lost money on a purchase I couldn't gift and never was refunded from them. Yeah. Once again, it is specifically because Steam isn't bad that, you know, people are fine. Which is why I have confidence that Steam will remain good. Because if Steam does go bad, they're probably going to explode from within because everyone will call out the stuff they've been doing. Not saying that Steam's evil, by any means. You know, Steam is a private company. Exactly. It should be removed? Yeah, I agree. Smile. We're gonna get a big heckin' smile in here. It's like kind of open jaw. It's like, wow. Wow. Let's see if we can instead do the smile like this. Then just fill in. Ugh! And then just fill in the jaws themselves separately. Alright. Is that going to make it look that much better? I'm just surprised. They did, but sadly they prevent the purchase of gifts to other people because of that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna be on Warframe to use Verona Prime now. Yay! Nice. Yeah, I got Harrow Prime recently. I still gotta level them up fully, I think. Actually, I might have them leveled up fully now. But I've been enjoying them. I'm gonna do this smile just a little bit better. Actually, you know what? Hold on. What if I do, like, this? For the big smile. How does that look? Might look a little weird. Yeah, that does look a little weird. We're gonna fix that in 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. There's something that's off here. I don't know why. I think it's the nose. I think the nose is throwing things off a good bit. So I'm gonna try and fix all that. Back to Warframe. She's already maxed, but I've yet to max my Recon effects. Oh. The Recon effects is a really nice weapon. I forget what build I was shown by a friend of mine who basically has a super maxed out Warframe account, but it kind of goes insane. I forget exactly what that build was. I don't think I even copied it because I didn't have the Recon effects at the time. But we're gonna do a big kind of spot here. Big spot over here. I think I spent an hour drawing myself. And I haven't even gotten to the legs yet. I'm scared. It's not Jover. It's never Jover. It's impossible for us to be Jover. Okay. Yeah, we didn't even do any of these leg. We are legless. Alright. Good. There are other massive storefronts for games. They're usually on console. Yeah, I do think console is definitely a big argument first, of things going down. I will say, I am genuinely worried about Steam's Linux front, because, like, here's the thing. I've said that I think Steam could be hit with a monopoly thing. I don't think... That doesn't mean I want it to happen, right? Like, I think it's possible. I don't think it would be good. But the reason I'm worried about it is because Microsoft knows that Steam is trying to move to Linux. And I do think that Microsoft, as, like, you know, big games man, probably wants people in the Xbox ecosystem still, even if they aren't using it. They just want to be able to claim that people are using the Xbox ecosystem for games. And if you're on Windows, you're technically within that ecosystem, because Xbox is a background startup app that you cannot disable, if I remember right. So they do have, like, a bit of a stake to try and pressure the courts. So I'm kind of genuinely scared. But you mean Steam OS? Good thing Steam OS is free? No, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Steam OS is what they'd hit them with. I'm saying that Microsoft will put as many frivolous stuff as possible to try and prevent Steam from going full Linux. Or at least hinder the process. And I do think that is, like, really possible. And it could be me just being worrying over nothing. You know, I am very good at worrying over nothing, honestly. But yeah, it's storming insanely here. Oh no! Aw, I hope this storm stops soon. Yeah, thing is, Microsoft's scared because now they're starting to suffer the consequences of enshrining their flagship stuff. Yeah, it's true. It's true, but do you think they're going to spend the money to fix that? I don't think so. I think they're going to spend the money on lawsuits to try and keep other companies in line. Because Microsoft is only known to do that. They are genuinely only known to be the lawsuit machine. As frivolous as physically possible. So, a little scared. But yeah. They can't sue governments, diplomatic community. It's true, but they can't sell Steam. They can sue Steam. I do like the diplomatic community bit though, that's fun. It's funny, I mean to say. It's not fun. It's kind of sad. It's also concerningly close to truth. But, yeah. Alright. Gonna go ahead, hit all of this. Oh no, the Eeper! The Eeper Sleeper! You know, sometimes I do get EB Sleepy with it. Not gonna lie. Sometimes my EB do sleepy. Alright. I feel like I'm kind of going way too far with the little spots here. I'll move them. Squish them down. And we'll buff them back up, it's just we want to make sure that they're still in that general radius. I'm using the term buff like cars. Like the car kind of like glossiness factor. Make sure it's as good and glossy as possible. I'm surprised you haven't used layers. For the spots themselves, yeah, I probably should have. Didn't think about it. Really should have. But that's fine, it's not a big deal. We will be strong regardless. Alright, pretty good. Now the thing is, this is still really high up leg-wise, so we're gonna try and like fully bring this down a little. Okay, good. And now we're gonna go ahead and bring in our big circle leg. Big circle for our big leg, I mean to say. Okay. Good. But yeah, one thing I do want to eventually do, though, for stream, unironically, is I want to move everything to Linux. But before I move everything to Linux, I want to make sure everything is working as efficiently as possible. And then I want to make sure Linux is working as efficiently as possible. And then I do test Linux streams. So, like, I'm probably a far ways off from that. I would like to move myself off of the Microsoft workspace before it completely implodes from within. I think that would be good. Line X. Like the tech tips guy. Wonder how that guy's channel is doing now. I'm sure it's still like going well. It's just been a very long time since I watched it. There was one time I watched Linus Tech Tips recently, and that was because I was trying to figure out what GPU I should get between buying a pre-owned 4080 Super or going for the 5070, because they were... One was more expensive than the other by a significant margin, that being the 4080 Super being sold. And I really wanted a GPU as soon as physically possible, because my 1660 Super was dying. When it was running games, it would be fine. When it was encoding alone, it would be fine. When it was doing both, it would struggle. It would like cause screen tearing at minimum. It would cause stream tearing at times, apparently. And, you know, none of that was good. I do want to see if I can't repurpose the 1660 Super in like a crazy Godsend build, where I do a second PC that's Ship of Theseus from all the parts of my PC I had before, like my big upgrades, before the RAM crisis. Well, most of them before the RAM crisis, at least. But the 4080 Super is the better card, but I don't think a 5070 would be that much of a downgrade. Yeah, you'd think that. But the drivers for the 50 series have always been quite awful. Even still. They're still really bad. So, not sure how true that would necessarily be. But no, I use a 5070. And I have issues with OBS all the time. And the good news is, some of the issues have subsided. Like, for example, I've noticed all of a sudden, ever since I did an OBS driver update for, like, June, I no longer drop frames on stream, for the most part. It'll happen significantly less than it previously did. When I always thought it was a connection cutting out, it was just the GPU. Like, doing a soft crash, but not crashing everything. Now, if it does crash, it's a hard crash. So, like, the question is, did I really win the trade there? But I honestly would prefer a hard crash just because I know I'm offline and can, like, get things back. Rather than waiting, like, 6 minutes thinking I'm still streaming before having to pause everything and reboot. I didn't have that issue when I updated Streamlabs. Admittedly, my GPU hard crashing, it could be caused due to having, like, VNyan open on GPU priority for certain high-end games. That's usually when it happens most often. However, it's not a VNyan issue, because the dependency that gets thrown in DirectX 11 is explicitly, what's it called? It's explicitly related to OBS. And it's not... It is tied in the fact that GPU priority has to be a thing that VNon uses, but it is OBS basically bricking DirectX 11. And I know OBS doesn't break DirectX 11 because every single broadcast you would see in the known universe would otherwise explode. At some point. Like, bar none. So it's weird. It is a weird overall situation, and I don't know how to describe it. Let's do it like this. Or like the side angle. And this over here. And see just where that ends up lying. There we go. It's pretty much as good as we're gonna get it. Well, I did start losing a lot of frames and frame skips on last week's Palette World stream. That was because it was too many pals in one base and Unreal Engine 5. That's fair. Yeah. GPU lag definitely causes encoding lag, even if technically both processes are separate. And hello, Waffle! Welcome on in! Also, hello to Fennec. I'm not sure if I said hello to you, so I'm making sure I did. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum. Alright. My hat's back! Yay! Now we just want to fix the face shape. Because the face shape is a little off. It makes me look like a chubster. Which isn't bad, it's just not quite, you know, the angle that my character is. You did not, but you replied to me, which is basically the same thing. That's fair. Alright, there we go. That's a lot better on that face shape for angle 1. And as a result, we are just a lot more accurate overall. So we're gonna go ahead, cut away a lot of the extra face that there was, and this should help a ton with the angle. Nice. Bring it all back. Oh, hold on. Brush is breaking. Also, let me save. It's been a while since I've done that. Good. We might need to go over that again, but honestly, that's fine if so. Not a big deal at all. Nice. Okay. I was losing my... What happened? What happened in Moonview Highway? Was there a white Bronco on the tracks? What happened? Alright. Let's see. How does that look? It's better. Definitely a lot better. But I'm gonna slap that through this way. Nice. But Wii motion controls? Oh. You know what? That makes sense. That's fair. That is very reasonable to lose your mind over. We are almost done. But now it is the most important part of my entire body. Time. What would that be? You already know what it is. You already know what it is. The call is coming from inside the house kind of feel. Because it is time for tail. Good. Very nice. It's tail time. So true. In fact, we actually aren't chunkstering the tail enough here. Should be like that. There we go. Because the tail needs layers. Good. 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 Alright, nice. Okay. This one's gonna be a little bit weird angle-wise, but hopefully it'll make sense. Bam. Alright, and that kind of like stretches to the end of the screen, which is fine. Nice. Okay. Okay. Alright. Trying to like think about how this angle would look. Probably a little bit more like that. And then we just circle it all back there. Very cool. Very radical. Why does it look so thin though? Aw. I thought I did good. You know what? Hold on. Let me hide the body here. And we didn't even connect it. That's scary. What if we just move this entire section a little bit more? Just like back here. Like, it does mean there's a lot of tail, but like, it's accurate, so it works out. Let's see. Now we filter all of that in. Just keep in mind, you won't be able to see like a lot of this connecting piece. And that's okay. We are fine with it basically being like a little line on the ground to where it connects. And then we just would have to kind of alter how this line works, where it's more like this. It's more like this. And then, because it's like so on the ground, it would be like a nub like this. I mean, the thing is, it is supposed to reduce in overall volume as it gets closer to the end. So it kind of going more like this would be better. Just so it's not like Omega Chunkster. But like, so it's Chunkster enough. And then, what we could do, with that in mind, is it does just kind of flip down. Like, relatively heavily. Like, we can even bring this in a lot closer. Because keep in mind, even though we drew a lot of the tail, a lot of this tail wouldn't actually be, like, perfectly seen. It's just, we know it's significantly heftier than we can actually see on screen. And that's the important part. That is the important part that we're trying to convey with this. Okay. Let's look. Do that because it's easier that way. I got scared. I thought my project froze for a second. Alright. So what we're gonna do is we're going to first make sure that everything here is just kind of simplified. Bam, bam. Then we're gonna filter this through. Gonna go ahead, paint the entire tail. 1, 2, 3, bam. Go back here. And we're basically going to treat the tail ridges exactly as they should be. They're both two spheres, constantly competing for structure. Alright. So with that in mind, let's pretend that we're following the line all the way through to the other side. Good. So like around here. Here, let's actually hide the leg, just so we can judge easier. A lot closer to like here, this way. Good. I got someone else playing Dark Souls on another monitor, and hearing this music over that game is so funny. Nice. It is truly the darkest of the Souls. You know, I once played Dark Souls. I'm not gonna say it was a pleasant experience. I got what I wanted out of it. And that was enough. You know? I think that is a valid way to enjoy games. Play until you meet your specific goal of what you would consider completion. And there you go. And that's what we did with Dark Souls. Our specific mode of completion was a gargoyle, which was apparently one of the first bosses in the game. But that's fine. That's okay. I think we could count Soulframe as a Souls-like. You know, I still need to play Soulframe. If it's like a newer Souls-like, maybe I'll enjoy it. Souls-like, not Soulsborne. Okay, that's good. Yay! Yay! Ahoo! Alright. Also, technically, this is also going down at a increased slope. Like that. Let's try that. Fill in, fill in, fill in. Alright. Okay. Solid front here. Perfect. I like that a lot. I like what we have for the tail underside. That feels pretty good. Ah. No. I'm trying to get this single pixel here. It's automatically overriding. There we go. And now, we just gotta do the big tail piece. Which, I mean, you know what it is. It's the big Bwomper. It's the big Boo Womp. Where all of the big ridged section here that, like, we initially drew, this is all a single big spot. Condensing all the way down. All the way down. This one's also going to be kind of more like that. Because as the angle begins to shift quite immensely, see that kind of leaves off right there, which is very good. We fill it all in, and then we're chilling. Alright, test that. Good. Okay. Potions are limited to heal yourself. You have to learn patterns to avoid hard bosses and enemies, type parry windows, and the big main quest bosses, which are hard and you have to proper dodge. No stamina, though. Okay, that's good. That is very good. Because maybe it's just me, but I don't think I've ever really enjoyed stamina mechanics in games. And, like, you know, I get why. I get why they're in games. You know, you want that realism. You want that, people aren't, like, dodge rolling 7 trillion times a second kind of feel. But I don't know. I like dodge and rolling 7 trillion times a second. I think that's fun. I actually quite enjoy that. Okay, the spots are going to be a little off here, but I don't think it's the biggest deal. As long as the spots are basically what they need to be, we're fine. Also, I love this xylophone that's in the back of this track. Listen to it go. It's having so much fun. Alright, nice. I've been playing Breath of the Wild again, and I've forgotten how fun hitting parries are in that game. Yeah. I loved Breath of the Wild's low parry mechanic. You know, I was talking about how I wasn't certain back when Breath of the Wild was being revealed, whether or not it would be a game that really hits for me. But, like, I think it did simply because parries were so fun. And now we just got a place in the book, and we're good to go. Wait, what if we reverse the book? Yeah, that's a lot better. Look at that. Oh, that's sick! Have we missed anything? We missed the petals on the top of the hat. And then we are golden. We are good to go. I am a golden gecko. I have never been more made out of solid metal than today. Alright. Alright. Good, good. Good, good. Alright. Look at that. That is our drawing 100% of the way through. Complete. A masterpiece. An actual masterpiece. This might be the best drawing we've ever done. It's gotta be up there. It's gotta be up there. Dottin gets French-wise. Do not type that on this layer. Do not type that on this layer. You know better. You know better. But what you can do is you can condense down your main people layers. Because you are people. Good, good. So now, if we were to select Dottin, we can move them down just a little closer. There we go. They no longer seem shy. Well, maybe they should seem a little shy. Maybe they should seem just a little shy. No, that makes them look desperate. No. That's not gonna work. How about we instead do... I should have, like, put a section where, like, you can see this all fine. I might purposefully shrink down the, all of this. The text, because I want this to fit in frame without blocking anything. You spend too much time on the drawing for it to block stuff. There we go. We will save the PNG as Fwench y autograph.png. Is that French fry from Chicken Nugget? It is, yeah. It is. That is what our prompt was. Don asking French fry for an autograph. So, that is pretty good. That's pretty good. That French fry took us like an hour, like nearly 2 hours to draw. I'm gonna be so real. But it looks so good. It looks so good. I'm so happy with it. Oh, I just want to bask in this for a moment. Look how clean that is. I'm gonna do something dangerous. But like, we already put in so much detail, we might as well add a single line that we can extend into a floor segment, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm saying. But just a single floor that we can use. Base everything else off of for measurement purposes alone. Make sure everything is perfect on here is good. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. I'll read that in a moment, I swear. Almost. Okay, you know what? That's good floor. I love floors. Shout outs to floors. They're real floors. Okay. Alright. We have locked in. We have done it. Yes! Only thing we should do, in addition, is move the floor up. So that it is perfectly hitting the French fry stubby toes. Good, good. But now this feels about right, height-wise, of what I imagined, because I always imagined French fry to be, like, the tallest of the cast, however, they're still, like, 3-foot-ish. And, like, Don's 3'4", so, like, that feels right. That feels very good. Very crisp, very clear. We'll do this. Save. I'm gonna make sure that the PNG is also saved. French fry autograph. Save. Whew, that feels so good. Look how clean that looks. That looks so clean. We did so well on this one. Magnus's theme, hell yeah, yeah! Let me see. A D&D player mentions to his DM he has ADHD. The DM asks him what kind. The player goes, let's see, A, attention, D, deficit, H, hey! B, dragons! So true. Glad to know you're a fellow Kid Icarus Uprising enthusiast. That game, here, I have my 3DS on my desk right now. I'm going to check the hours I have in that game. Hopefully my 3DS isn't dead. But like, here, a volume up for the 3DS so you can hear when it's going to play based. I've been like messing with the 3DS to see whether or not I can just like run 3DS games on it for stream. You can probably hear like the Splatoon theme of my my 3DS whenever I talk, because it's Calamari Incantation. Alright, let me see. I straight up got my 3DS out and everything. I'd have to like make sure that like none of my games are like not named Dotton before I consider things for streaming all that stuff. I mean, I guess I could just wipe some of my game data. That'd probably be a good idea. Like, I should delete YouTube off of my 3DS, because like I have no idea if that has save data, but probably should just in case. But yeah. Man, Pokemon Y is 14,000 blocks. I had a lot of weapon gems given to me from Palutena. Ooh, nice. But yeah, I think what I'll end up doing is at some point within the next month, I want to start playing at least Pokemon Black 2. Remember when Chugga Conroy Let's Played Kid Icarus Uprising? I actually don't. I might have watched his online content for Uprising. Like, you know, the Pit versus Pit section, but I know. I'm sure I can, like, find my 3DS games, because I'm pretty sure I know where I have the thing. You keep on talking as you hear me, what is it? Yep. Oh, Mario and Luigi 3DS carrier. With all of the 3DS games I've ever owned inside of it. So, like, if you don't mind, I'm gonna do just chatting for a bit right now. I'm not sure if I'll do another drawing, but He tackled the final boss at max intensity. That's great. But here's all of the 3DS games I've ever owned, alright? I'm gonna read them out to you. Also, I technically had Kirby Triple Deluxe once, but I think I sold that one to get another game. The first one was... the first ever 3DS game I bought was Mario Tennis Open. And it might just be nostalgia speaking, but this game kinda slapped. Really good for a Mario Tennis. I really liked it. Then, I also, of course, have Mario Kart 7. We played that on stream. I have Ocarina of Time 3DS. I'm gonna, like, put all of these 3DS cartridges out. I have the Shovel Knight. And I don't know whether or not I ever downloaded, the King update? Well, it was supposed to come with this 3DS game, so, oops. I have Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, which was very good. I have... actually, wait. Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. I got this while at the Nintendo New York store for, like, a big trip we did. My family did, I mean. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity I have. Really good game, by the way. I don't care if people say it's worse than the others. Because they're probably wrong, as someone who hasn't played the others. It was so good. Link Between Worlds. Hyrule Warriors Legends. What else? Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. I played this game repeatedly a ton, and I'm not someone who usually plays single-player games a ton. But Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon just hit different. Mario & Luigi Dream Team. I do have the game. Then I have Triforce Heroes, Smash 3DS, which, by the way, fun fact about my Smash 3DS cartridge, it has seen so much use that, like, the top area where, like, the little nub is for the 3DS games, it has begun to wear off. It is not as solid as the other cartridges. I wish I could take a photo of it, but because, I was in, like, a group with multiple people and I once lost a 3DS game, I made sure to write my, I made sure to write another name on my 3DS cartridge. So I can't really show the Smash 3DS one unless I were to, like, scrub it off profusely. I don't like the idea of putting water on it. Then I have Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, which is a game I should probably 100% someday. Then I have Fire Emblem Awakening, a game I have 100%ed multiple times. I think I have played through it at minimum 11 times. With, like, different attempts, challenge runs, etc. Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, which is 100%ed. Fire Emblem Fates Conquest. I was a Conquest Gecko. I have all 3 of those games on this cartridge. Then I have Kid Icarus Uprising, of course. Mario Bros. 2. Animal Crossing New Leaf. And... I think that's it. Oh yeah, the game in my 3DS right now, I forgot. Majora's Mask 3D. And now I had one more cartridge for Alpha Sapphire, but I lost it on a trip back from the beach. And it had all of my save data from Black 2 and Pokemon X on it. And I'm still really upset about that to this day. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and check something real quick, because I think I have my DS games as well. Because I was also a DS gamer, you know? I bought it once. A ridiculous concerning amount of games were all mine, because they were constantly on sale for $15 after the 3DS came out. I never got past Machina Forest. Aw. It's a really good game. I highly recommend it. Oh my gosh. The amount of dust on, like, the cartridges is insane. I have, like, these, very, what is it? Crudely laid out, Nintendo DS things. It's like plastic bricks, but they're, like, colored plastic bricks. Like, this one's red, this one's blue. You can't see the other one, it's white. Alright. Here's the DS games I own. Or have owned. And will continue to own. Probably forever. Bowser's Inside Story. Who could have seen that one coming? Super Princess Peach. Mario Kart DS, Kirby Superstar Ultra. I don't need to put all of them on the desk. I can actually see through these on like the 3DS one. I am probably going to plug in Bowser's Inside Story to see how much I played that as a kid. Because I actually do not remember. Come on, screw it. I'm gonna do that as I'm doing all of this. Sure my volume's turned down and all that. But... oh my gosh, I forgot! Someone else in my family had Pokemon White too. I completely forgot about that. So Black 2 and White 2. Toy Story 3, Deal or No Deal. So you can see there was like a lot of shovelware that was on sale. I'm gonna go ahead and as I'm doing this, look at my progress. I spent 47 hours in Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story as a kid. I got to rank 43 for Mario & Luigi and 45 for Bowser. Which I think is higher than I got in the when I played on stream. Which, you know, that would make sense, but it's also really, really bad at video games as a kid. So like there was a chance. And then I began replaying it. 21 hours in this? Keep in mind, I would have been like 7. And I only got to level 12 for Mario & Luigi and 18 for Bowser. So... no, there's stuff there. I had Wizards of Waverly Place for the Nintendo DS. Then a shovelware game called Escape the Museum. And then just close out all of my stuff real quick. Because I found 2 more 3DS games that I forgot I owned. Well, I knew I owned them, I just thought I misplaced them. Because I put them in the DS cartridges. Paper Mario Sticker Star, Professor Layton, and the Miracle Mask. Very nice. Love to see it. Alright, let me go ahead and close up my massive DS haul. And put back a ton of all these cartridges on my desk. Let's see, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm counting them all out loud, I'm so sorry. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh god, so I'll put this one in 9. How many 3DS games do I have? 11? I thought I had way less than this. 12. This is insane. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I did so many chores as a kid. 16. 17. 18 here. I'm so sorry about this. 20. I actually have 2 more slots than I have to fill. Actually, I have 1 more slot more. So I guess Triforce Heroes is going to be loose. That's fine. Whatever. I'm playing Super Mystery Dungeon in my DS. Actually, no, I'm not playing Super Mystery Dungeon in my DS. You know what? I am going to keep Miracle Mask loose as well, just in case. And I'm bringing out Pokemon Black 2, because I need to test that. I actually do need to test that game for the plans I have for the future. It's gonna be sick as. It's gonna be so cool. We're gonna be so radical with it. Just you wait. Alright, so I have 3 loose games because I had to add Black 2 and consider that. But I'm zipping up my 3DS games. Perfect. Hopefully none of them get lost in whatever stupid stuff I end up doing with them. But I do want to check whether or not Black 2 has multiple save slots. I doubt it does, but it would be cool if it does. You know? I'd be pretty happy if it did. Thing is, I don't know where I put my DS from. Wait, I have my old DS in here? I thought I traded that. What? Oh, I just put it over a folder. Just completely off screen. I thought I traded the 3DS for the new 3DS. I'm like, super surprised. Wowee. Zowie. Okay. We're I could find anything off that. Probably not. I think all of the Pokemon X data, once you transfer it, it explodes. But yeah. God, I have so many little things here. I spent 82 hours in Black 2. That is actually tragic knowing what happened to Alpha Sapphire. That is tragic, man. Oh. And keep in mind, Pokemon X I played a lot more. And Alpha Sapphire I played even more than that. I actually lost like probably 400 hours or something across all 3 games. No wonder I was like distraught for a week plus afterwards. But yeah. Is there any other DahDoodles I could do? There's one. But honestly, at the same time, I'm just I kind of let it chill, you know? I spent like so much time on the DahDoodles today. I don't care if we only did 2. Like, we did so well. So we're gonna go ahead and swap to chill gecko hours, where I'm just gonna talk to you all. But how are you all doing? But yeah, the collab is in roughly 25 minutes. The moment that we are good to go there, I'm gonna be just zooping straight on in. But, yeah, I hope you did enjoy the DahDoodles today. I wanted to make sure French Fry was as perfect and pristine as physically possible. And I think we did it. I think we did it so well. In fact, I was the doer when it comes to all that stuff, and I was clean. So clean with it. Alright. So let me go ahead, make sure DahDoodles is up through here. It's so good. We did so well. But yeah. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Wait. Uh-oh. I'm sorry, chat. A collab with who? Also, still looking forward to join Fruitify. Ah, nice. Good stream. Don't worry, we're still streaming. We're still streaming. Let's see. Oh, you okay? No, it's not anything big. It's just more so that I think they canceled maybe the collab, and I am a little upsetty spaghetti about it. Hold on. Let me check. So, like, is it going on today? I'm gonna ask. Because, like, I'd love them to not cancel within 5 hours of the collab. You know, that would make me smile. Okay. Let me just check. Oof, yeah. I'm gonna see whether or not they respond, because we want to see. You know, I've only had a collab once canceled on me day of, and I was very not happy about it, because I kind of designed a lot of things around that being a collab day, and I kind of did the same here. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, in the meantime though, you know what? What's your favorite 3DS game? As I'm buying time to figure out what's going on. Because best case scenario, it's only delayed by an hour. In which case, we got a lot of time to talk about things, which is pretty sick. If not, damn. But yeah, let's see. My favorite 3DS game. I mean, you probably see this one coming. It's Fire Emblem Awakening. I did play the game like 14 times or such. Yeah. What was your favorite 3DS game? You know, another game I played on 3DS a ton? Animal Crossing New Leaf. I went crazy with that one. Definitely, Kid Icarus Uprising was my favorite. You know, that's also fair. Oh my goodness, I forgot why I got out my 3DS. I say got out, like I wasn't on my desk, because I was doing string testing stuff with it. I forgot to check the amounts of hours I had in, Kid Icarus, so I'm gonna, like, get back out the 3DS. We're just gonna, like, read the hours on the save file. Because all 3DS games have the hours you have sunk into it on the save file. And I know with Kid Icarus, I farmed for, like, crazy weapons for the online mode. Because online mode was probably the most fun I had with that game, but the rest of the game was stellar. Don't get me wrong. It's just, I really liked the, PvP in Kid Icarus Uprising, and especially its arenas. Okay. Completed 92%. I really did 100% the game, that surprises me. 53 hours. Nice. That's a lot of hours. For like, you know, 2-hour play sessions because of the 3DS's general battery, that's pretty crazy. Alright. Let's see. Oh god, my, oh, no, that's just my desktop, exploding because of a bad HDMI cable. I mean, it's either a bad HDMI cable or a bad monitor, and I'm gonna hope it's, the former. But, nah, we're fine, we're chilling. We're listening to some tunes, we're having a swell time. Alright, that said, though, it's looking more likely than not that we don't have a collab today. Mostly because no one is responding to me. The stream's also having issues too. No worries. That's because when the monitor disrupted, basically it took out my desktop window manager. But I'm back, basically, now. So if you saw it like freeze for a bit, that's because it saw the disconnect, all the monitors shuffled around, musical chairs. Because it's the main monitor that went. If it was any other monitor, it would have been fine. But, yeah. In the meantime, though, chat... alright. So it looks like there's not going to be a collab today. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and raid out, but thank you all for being here. I really do apologize for this. This was not my decision, I'll tell you that. But let's go ahead and get a raid started! Alright, I do appreciate you all being here. Sorry about kind of lying to you all, I guess. Wasn't a purposeful lie, but we're gonna go ahead and get a raid on over too. Thanks for streaming, Don. Always good to see you. Yeah, no worries, Tensio. If you ever want to hang out, feel free to let me know. I usually hang out in my Discord, or VR, or whatever. But yeah, let's go ahead and say hello to Torrent, who is doing some Dungeons and Dragons. Oh my goodness. I can't tell if he's the DM or not. Oh, that could be cool. Oh, we're gonna have to see. Alright. We should hang out again? Yeah, feel free to reach out whenever. I'm super down. In the meantime, though, let's go ahead and say hello to Torrent. I applied to join your Discord, by the way. Ah, nice. I'll go ahead and get that in just a moment in that case. But thank you all for being here. I hope you do enjoy some pretty cool D&D from a pretty cool dragon. And let's say hello to them, shall we? Bye-bye. Also, to YouTube, in case you don't know, Torrent is on Twitch. Torrent_dragon. They're very cool. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and say goodbye now. Again, bye-bye! Bye-bye-bye-bye!